Hello, everyone. I'm Olympia. Thank you for being here with me in this wonderful place called Lights Out Library. And I have a great story to tell you. But before we begin, let's pause briefly to center ourselves before we embark on this shared exploration. If you're willing, allow your eyes to softly close, letting the day's worries fade into the background. Settle into a position that feels right for you, maybe shifting slightly until everything aligns just so. Take a slow, nurturing breath, and as you gently exhale, observe how your body naturally responds. Allow a wave of relaxation to cascade from your shoulders through your neck, dissolving any lingering stress. Let your face soften, your jaw unclench, your hands rest naturally, and your legs become fully supported. And as you sink into this tranquil space, I'll be here as your gentle guide while we begin our journey together. Let's begin with our first destination, Easter Island. Easter Island is a small, triangular island in the South Pacific, and it has been inhabited for at least 800 years. We will come back to this, but we are going to begin our story 300 years ago, in 1722, when the first European expedition reached the island. A Dutch ship that arrived on an Easter Sunday, hence the name. Its local name is Rapa Nui, which is also the name of its inhabitants, the Rapa Nui, and their language. The Dutch spent about a week on the island, and at the time they estimated its population to around 2,000 to 3,000 people. They also noticed alignments of large and strange statues near the shores, statues of tall faces showing their backs to the sea and looking towards the inside of the island. At the time in the 18th century, maps of the Pacific Ocean and its countless islands, separated by hundreds or sometimes thousands of miles of ocean. This was all being explored and mapped. So after a week or so, this Dutch expedition left, and for 50 more years, no other European ship visited Easter Island. Until 1770, when 2 Spanish ships reached the island and claimed it as a possession of Spain, which at the time still had a gigantic empire in the Americas that went from what would become the west coast of the United States all the way south to what is now Argentina and Chile. So Easter Island was claimed by Spain. But this ownership remained rather theoretical because the island was not occupied, and it was too small and too remote for other nations to even care and recognize this claim. One thing we know about the island between these 2 visits, though, is that when the Spanish ships arrived in 1770, some of the statues on the shore that the Dutch had noticed in 1722, 50 years earlier, had now fallen, suggesting that something may have gone wrong in between these 2 dates. Maybe a war, maybe a drop in population. The next visit was 4 years later, and this time it was the expedition of a famous British explorer, James Cook. Famous in particular for his exploration voyages in the Pacific, including the first recorded European trip around New Zealand, the first to come into contact with the eastern coast of Australia, and the first to reach the Hawaiian Islands. So Cook also made a quick stop on Easter Island, and other expeditions after him, one French, one Russian, and we know from the records established by their crews that by the late 18th century and early 19th century, the state of the statues continued to deteriorate. They had now all fallen. So something seems to have gone wrong along the 18th century on Easter Island. But no one really cared to investigate this because the island was very remote and very far from any strategic route. The closest continental shore was in Chile, but that was more than 2,000 miles to the east. A bit closer to Easter Island, but still fairly far, was French Polynesia, 1,600 miles away. Actually, Easter Island is one of the most isolated pieces of land on Earth. If we consider the distance to other islands or continents, this could have made it a good port, a good stopover for a commercial route. But at the time, there was very little to no intercontinental traffic in the South Pacific. Ships traveled far to the north, which resulted in Easter Island's location having little significance. At the beginning of the 19th century, Spain lost most of its American empire as Latin American countries declared and fought for their independence. And with this loss, Spain no longer claimed Easter Island. Actually, no one did. And apart from the occasional exploration and mapping expedition, the inhabitants were left alone. Until 1860, when a human and demographic disaster struck. Raiders came from Peru, more than 2,000 miles away. Raiders seeking captives for enslavement and export. Slavery had been abolished recently in Peru in 1854, and the practice had mostly disappeared. But there were still places where the law was not enforced yet, and traffickers would take advantage of this. The deportation of Easter Island natives was discovered. There were protests both nationally and internationally, and after several years, the survivors were freed and allowed to return to their island. But with them, they brought diseases that the island had apparently always been spared, like smallpox. The natives were not protected against these bacteria and viruses, and so the population dropped and came close to disappearing. By the late 1860s, the population of Easter Island had declined to only a few dozen residents, compared to an estimated 1,500 individuals just a few years earlier. There had already been signs of a slow decline on Easter Island before 1860. The statues had fallen. The population had probably decreased from 2,000 to 3,000 in 1722 to half that number by 1860. But this sudden drop that almost eradicated the Rapa Nui was a complete disaster. The island was now almost empty, and in 1880 it was annexed by the closest country, Chile, to which it still belongs. So why is there a mystery here? And why is this name, Easter Island, famous around the world for what is, after all, just a tiny and remote island? Easter Island is special for several reasons that started to be studied in the 20th century. First, as I told you, the island is separated from any other livable land by hundreds of miles of ocean in every direction. So how could the inhabitants arrive there? Many islands around the world were discovered free of human presence, many of them much more accessible than Easter Island. How did the first inhabitants manage to cross such a distance? Second, there is this large collection of statues. Some of them are huge and can weigh up to 80 tons. There is the question of their meaning, their reason to be, but also of how an isolated group reaches such a level of technical achievement. It is generally admitted that for a human culture to reach a certain technical and cultural level, it needs to be in contact with other groups. First, to exchange ideas and practices, and second, because the probability of discoveries and innovation is much higher in larger groups with more individuals. Generally, technical advancement comes with cities or towns, but there was nothing of this here. No contact with the outside world. A small population, because the island could not sustain more than a few thousand inhabitants at once. It is conceivable that settlers reached the island equipped with the necessary technical expertise and cultural heritage to construct these statues. However, a comparison with the nearest human populations reveal no comparable characteristics. They are strikingly unique to this place, and their culture was not limited to the statues. They also had elaborated a system of glyphs, possibly a form of writing called rungo rungo, which has not been found in any other location. So what happened at Easter Island? How is it possible? This is the mystery. The question of how these accomplishments were achieved becomes even more complex given that during the 19th century, when expeditions to Easter Island increased, the island's resources were notably scarce. There was not a single tree standing, and not a single spring of fresh water. The only reserves of water on the island were volcanic lakes. The island was formed by 3 volcanoes, which is why it has this triangular shape. And on top of these volcanoes, in their craters, lakes of rainwater had formed. So, no metal, no wood, not much to work with for irrigation, to practice agriculture, limited space and population. How was such cultural and technical advancement possible? Where did the population come from? Did they arrive with an already advanced material culture? Or was Easter Island very different centuries ago? Or was it possibly the remains of a larger island, a larger culture, or even a larger continent that would have been submerged? These are some of the questions that scientists and the archaeologists started to study in the 20th century. These mysteries are also the reason why various myths and legends developed around Easter Island. The most famous is related to a supposedly lost continent, Mu, M-U. This mythical continent was first mentioned in the 19th century. It is not that old, and it seems it was invented by an American antiquarian, Augustus Le Plongeon. He was specialized in Mesoamerican cultures, especially from Yucatan, the heart of Mayan culture. He was in contact with a lot of Maya artifacts and documents. This is real. And from there he elaborated a number of claims. These claims were never, and still are not, taken seriously by scholars because they are unsubstantiated, and they sound quite hard to believe. So he claimed that he had translated the first copies of the Popol Vuh, a text recounting the history and mythology of the Quiche, a group of peoples that belong to a broader Maya culture. And he claimed, based on this text, that the civilization of Yucatan was actually much older than thought, even older than that of Egypt, and that it came from a lost continent. A continent that Le Plongeon located in the Atlantic, not in the Pacific, and he identified this continent as Atlantis, the well-known mythical continent. At the time, in the 19th century, Atlantis was going through a surge in popularity among occultists and pseudo-archaeologists. But he didn't call this continent Atlantis. He called it Mu. And he got this name from a French ethnographer and archaeologist who had translated other Maya texts and noticed that these texts spoke of a land he called Mu, that would have been submerged by a catastrophe. Le Plongeon went to imagine that Mu, or Atlantis, would have been somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic. Thousands of years ago, refugees escaped to the east, and they would have settled in North Africa, becoming the ancestors of the Egyptians, and to the west populating America north and south. And they would have founded the Maya civilization. Few people took that seriously in the 19th century, and even less today, because nothing proves these affirmations, and records actually show that they are not serious archaeological remains. Texts, linguistics, DNA studies, cultural comparisons, geology, because now we know what the bottom of the Atlantic looks like. All of these disciplines indicate that there was never a continent in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and that ancient American, African, and European cultures could not come from there. They had other origins that are not always perfectly known. There are still question marks, but these origins are at least identified. Still, the name Mu, or Land of Mu, had been put out there, and in the following decades other authors popularized it further and moved it from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean. The most notable of these authors was a British writer and inventor called James Churchward. These various authors, who operated at the limits of fiction, fantasy, and alternative history, imagined different stories about Mu. The one Churchward came up with was that the continent of Mu was once the home of an advanced civilization, and even an advanced race of humans that would have flourished 50,000 to 12,000 years ago. That is to say, long before the earliest known civilizations. To sustain his theory of a lost continent in the Pacific, he gave a lot of coincidences, some real, and many others invented. For example, that visual motifs or similar sounding words could be repeated between different cultures, and he mentioned the Rapa Nui among them, suggesting that the Rapa Nui, the inhabitants of Easter Island, were descendants of this lost civilization. Easter Island being the southeast tip of this gigantic submerged continent, a tiny region of it that would have miraculously survived. And so, the apparent advancement of Easter Island with its glyphs and its statues would be a remain, a decadent remain, probably, of this lost civilization. The problem is that this was all invented. There was no proof and no reason to believe that an isolated man with a lot of imagination had made such a groundbreaking discovery without even doing research on the site he claimed to have deciphered. And it didn't help either that other authors also came up with completely different legends about Mu. The location, the shape, the origin story. It was always different. Ultimately, the advancement of cartography and depth-sounding technologies rendered these narratives obsolete. When the ocean floor was mapped, it appeared that the islands that dotted the Pacific were often volcanic islands or coral islands, not the emerged parts of a landmass that would have been submerged thousands of years ago. So probably no lost continent of Mu in the Pacific. But this was also how Easter Island's reputation as a mysterious place built up and entered popular culture. In the 20th century, the way humans, and especially the Polynesians, had colonized the Pacific was better understood too, and it appeared, based on languages and DNA, that the inhabitants of Easter Island, the Rapa Nui, were Polynesians. Like other Polynesians, they had colonized islands that were hundreds, sometimes thousands of miles apart, on relatively small boats, traveling between them with food reserves, following navigation routes, thanks to their practical knowledge of astronomy. What is unknown is when the first Polynesians arrived at Easter Island. At the latest, it had to be in the 12th century, which is to say 600 years before the first European expedition put the island on a map. We know this because the statues, they are called moai, were dated from the 12th to the 16th centuries. But settlement on the island could have been as early as the 4th or 5th centuries AD. We don't know. But the first inhabitants arrived here as they were deliberately looking for a new land where to settle. Polynesians did this, and it is how they progressively colonized a large part of the Pacific, or they would have accidentally arrived if a storm or navigation error took them away from their intended destination, and after long wandering, they would have ended on Easter Island. This is unknown, but what is certain is that once the island was occupied, it remained constantly populated, and the statues, the moais, began to be erected over a long period of 3 centuries. They also have a lot to reveal about the Rapa Nui. The moais represent human beings, obviously stylized with big heads that appear elongated on relatively small bodies. Bodies that consist essentially of torsos with arms on the side, but no legs. Their sizes and weights vary a lot, from 5 tons up to 80 tons. There is even one estimated to weigh 200 tons and to be 69 feet tall, 21 meters, called El Gigante, the giant. But it was discovered still in the quarry and unfinished. It never made it to its intended destination. Over 1,000 moai statues have been identified, and with the exception of a small number that have been relocated to museums, the majority, including the largest examples, remain on Easter Island. They were sculpted, carved in volcanic stone, and always in a single block. But after they were extracted from quarries and transported to their destination, at least some of them received eyes made of coral and a kind of hat, a cylinder made of red stone called a pukao. Many moais were placed aligned on stone platforms that could hold up to 15 statues, and they were placed to look inland, not toward the sea. These statues on stone platforms are the ones that apparently fell during the 18th and 19th centuries, as observed by foreign expeditions, to the point by the mid-19th century they had all fallen. Why were these moais built? According to Rapa Nui traditions, the statues could contain the spirits of their ancestors, serving as containers so that they stayed close to their descendants and could help them. This would be coherent with the monoliths found around Polynesia. Monoliths that are not as large as moais and not carved to look human. Several experts believe that there was this religious tradition in some parts of Polynesia. The funerary practice of building such monoliths to anchor the spirits of the dead ancestors. The moais would be a local variation, a spectacular one, of this practice. That does sound like a seducing theory, but it is not 100% certain. Because first, the moais looked markedly different from other Polynesian relics on other islands. They don't look human. And second, because the modern Rapa Nui stories or traditions cannot be taken literally. A lot of things happened on Easter Island before and after the arrival of foreign explorers. We know that the population declined dramatically so in the 1860s, many inhabitants were deported. But there had already been a slower decline before that, a demographic decline, and also a cultural or material one. Because the last moai were erected in the 1500s, 200 years before the first European expedition arrived. After that, during the 18th century and possibly before, the moais were no longer maintained. They all tumbled. Was it due to the lack of resources in time or in energy to restore them or maintain them? Or was it because the belief system that justified their creation changed or was interrupted somehow? Or maybe because of conflicts? What if the moais were intentionally toppled? We don't know. But it is possible that the intentions or the beliefs of the creators of the moais were forgotten at some point, and that they kept their secret with them, and that later generations of Rapa Nui created another interpretation of this heritage. In any case, a form of decline happened on Easter Island in the 19th century, obviously due to foreign interference, but it had started before. So what happened? Here again we have various possibilities. The first one appears in the oral tradition of the island in the form of tales about the past. They speak of a time long ago when there were two populations coexisting on the island. One called the Long Ears, that would have been dominant, and the second one called the Short Ears. What is unclear is whether these two populations were two different peoples, with the Rapa Nui being the Short Ears dominated people, or if these were more like social classes and they were all Rapa Nui. But the legend says that the Short Ears were forced by the Long Ears to serve them, including building the moais for them. If there is some truth to it, it could suggest that at least at some point there were different factions on the island and conflicts between them, or that foreigners arrived and subdued the Rapa Nui. Some have suggested that in that case, the Long Ears could have come from South America, and that's not technically impossible, but it sounds implausible because the distance is huge, more than 2,000 miles of ocean, without any stop in between. The pre-Columbian cultures in South America are not known to have ever gone very far on the Pacific Ocean, and also there is zero archaeological proof of this. This is why the scientific community tends to reject this possibility of several peoples living on the island, and considers that these tales are either not historically reliable or that the different factions they speak of are more social classes or rival groups, tribes, rather than different peoples. But what seems true, speaking of conflicts, is that the population of Easter Island, even when it comprised 2,000 or 3,000 individuals at the beginning of the 18th century, was not unified. There were always clans of a few hundred people, and as the island had limited resources, as we have seen, you can easily imagine the power keg that it could have become. It seems that the clans had found a way of coexisting by sharing resources. At least this is what the first foreign accounts of the Rapa Nui population, the Dutch one from 1722, suggests. At the time, they had a ritual, a religious ceremony in which every clan would choose a champion. The champions competed. They had to swim to a tiny island off the coast of the main island and bring back an egg from a nest on this island. The fastest champion gave his clan the role of allocating the resources among the various factions until a new challenge was organized. This social organization dominated in the 18th century, but at the time the creation of moais had stopped, and it seems that there had already been an economic and demographic decline on Easter Island. This led experts to believe that maybe there was a different kind of society when the moais were built, and that a revolution or a quick and drastic change happened at some point, because it is hard to explain why the production of moais could be suddenly interrupted if there was not a broader change. An old theory of the 20th century about this is the one that explains the decline of Easter Island by an ecological collapse, an over-intensive exploitation of resources that would have ruined the island. You remember that the Dutch were surprised when they first arrived that the island did not have trees. This is not common for volcanic islands in the South Pacific. Typically, such islands with a mild climate like Easter Island would be covered by forest. And it is very likely that at some point there was wood, a lot of wood on the island, because the moai had to be moved and lifted. And the only possibility to move around such big blocks of rock was to use logs to make them roll or use sledges. But in any case, it takes wood. Hence the idea, the theory, that the making of the moai and other human activities for generations would have completely exhausted the island's wood resources until the very last tree was cut down. And that would explain why the Rapa Nui stopped making moai, and also explain the poverty of the population. No wood means no rafts to go fishing, no or limited fuel to burn, to make crafts, to cook food. The inhabitants lived essentially on fishing and hunting birds, or gathering their eggs and seashells when the island was discovered. So, did the Rapa Nui self-destroy by exhausting their natural resources to a point of no return? Possibly. But this still has to be taken as a hypothesis, because there could also be natural causes to deforestation, including a natural phenomenon called El Niño that affects this part of the Pacific and has an impact on the weather to the point that it can affect vegetation negatively for several years in a row. It could have contributed to this decline. Another possible explanation is internal conflicts, wars between factions that would have accelerated deforestation, to make weapons, to build walls, or because each side was maybe trying to destroy the other side's resources. Maybe there was a combination of these factors: human-induced ecological collapse and war, possibly working as a vicious cycle, each one amplifying the other. And this is the heart of the mystery of Easter Island. Somehow, in this isolated and remote part of the world, a human society of a few hundred or a few thousand souls went through a process of decline, either because of self-destruction or because the setback was due to external factors like the climate. And they had to find a precarious new balance on an island that was now devoid of resources, especially with no wood left. And there they lived for several generations, possibly still in occasional conflicts among the spectacular remains left by their ancestors. These extraordinary statues that dwarfed any other statues around the Pacific. We don't know exactly what happened, but a mysterious tragedy took place on Easter Island, either in the form of a sudden collapse between the 16th and the 18th centuries, or a long decline. Only the Moai could tell us, if they could speak. We are not done yet. We have other mysteries to discover. I told you about this 19th century legend that enrolled Easter Island as a remain of the legendary continent of Mu. So, speaking of legendary lost continents, let's move several thousand miles to the west, near a Japanese island called Yonaguni, to take a look at a rock formation that has sparkled a lot of interest since its discovery in the 1980s, the Yonaguni Monument. Yonaguni is a small island with a population of a few hundred people. Even though it belongs to Japan, it is also close to Taiwan, about 60 miles, 100 kilometers east. It is a popular diving location because the sea is relatively shallow there, and there is a large population of hammerhead sharks. These are small to medium-sized sharks that are generally not dangerous to humans. They are also not aggressive at all, and their small mouths are more adapted to eating fish than attacking large prey. So divers visit this location, and in 1986, one of them noticed some strange seabed formations while swimming, actually resembling architectural structures like steps, possibly the base of walls or the first levels of a pyramid, maybe, or terraces. The site is 26 meters, about 85 feet underwater, so it is easily accessible. Shortly thereafter, a group of scientists came to examine the structure and map it. It is unusual indeed, and it looks ambiguous. At certain angles, it could look like the ruins of a monument built in large stone blocks, like, for example, what the pre-Columbians did in the Andes. At other angles, it looks more like a regular natural seabed rock formation. It has straight angles forming these steps and terraces that make them look intentional. And at the same time, the whole structure, which is about 75 meters long, 220 feet, and 25 meters high, 85 feet, does not really look like any other known form of architecture. Some of the steps are small and others are enormous. There is no symmetry anywhere, no apparent purpose to the structure, if it was artificial. It does not consist of individual blocks that had been deliberately arranged or stacked. The few blocks the structure is made of are connected to the rest of the seabed. So if it was intentional, the site would not have been really built, but rather carved into an existing rock formation, which is technically possible, but seems overly complicated. But what is also true is that this site was possibly not submerged a few thousand years ago. It could date, according to some, from the last glaciation. And when water rose, or if a seismic phenomenon happened, it would have been submerged. This is controversial and not admitted as a fact by the scientific community. But it is possible, hypothetically, and the whole mystery of the Yonaguni Monument comes from these ambiguities. Was it an emerged site a few thousand years ago? Possibly. And more importantly, is it an artificial, intentional rock structure or just a natural one? The argument in favor of its artificial nature is its appearance, obviously. And yes, it is striking, at least at first glance, because when you start paying more attention, the structure lacks a sense of purpose. Steps do not seem to lead anywhere, and if it was the foundation of something, there should be holes to put poles in it, or stone blocks that were piled up above. But there is nothing like that. And actually, aside from the right angles of the steps, there are no additional features that appear to have been deliberately carved in this structure. One possibility could be that long ago, the site served as a quarry. There was a long tradition of stone building in the nearby islands, and maybe, if the site was emerged thousands of years ago, it could have provided stone blocks that would explain the shape. But a good question is, are there other sites or other rock formations in the world that are of natural origin but look man-made or intentional? And the answer is yes. Right angles and geometric shapes in general can appear naturally. For example, walls of basaltic rock that look like organ pipes. It is a volcanic rock, and these hexagonal shapes appear when they cool down. Now, the rocks at Yonaguni are not basalt. They do not come from volcanoes. These are sedimentary, but still. Various geologists who examined the site reported that it was unusual indeed, but that it could be natural. Supporters of the artificial theory argue that the general shape of the site looks like an oval. The number of steps and what looks like a kind of pathway, a road around it, points to its artificial origin, and that it could have been a kind of castle or a temple, or both. Defenders of this theory dated the site to at least 2,000 to 3,000 years old, up to 10,000 years old. Now these datings make a big difference, if we think of their implications for archaeology. If the site was artificial and 2,000 to 3,000 years old, it would be a curiosity indicating that this region was emerged back then and had a more developed and thoughtful, a more advanced use of stone architecture. Nothing else, because 2,000 years ago, civilizations building stone monuments already existed in Asia, especially in China. But if the site was 10,000 years old, that would be another story, and it would not be compatible with the timeline established by the scientific consensus of historians and archaeologists. That's why the Yonaguni Monument quickly turned into one of the recurring arguments for pseudo-archaeological theories that generally state that civilization began much earlier than mainstream history says. These sort of narratives are not taken seriously by the scientific consensus because there is just no proof that civilizations that old ever existed in this region of the world. The rock formation could well be natural, could well have been submerged only a couple of thousand years ago, and only looks artificial from a few curated angles. This is not considered credible evidence. Actually, if you Google Yonaguni Monument and look at images, half of them on the internet are artists' views or AI-generated pictures that do not represent the actual rock formation, but instead show submerged pyramids or fortresses. And I think it is like this because if you expect to see underwater ruins, the reality of the Yonaguni Monument is rather underwhelming. The actual site looks rather chaotic. It could have been man-made. There is no proof that it was not. But it takes a stretch of the imagination to see a temple or to see a castle in there. Still, the monument is at least a geological curiosity, and it raises questions about human civilization in Asia that still deserves to be at least studied. I know you like ghost ship stories, so here is one that happened in the Pacific Ocean. The story of the Joyita, an American vessel that mysteriously disappeared in 1955, only to reappear several weeks later with no crew. Instead, just clues about what had happened. Our story begins in 1931. The Joyita was named after a Hollywood actress of silent films, Jewel Carmen. Joyita in Spanish means little jewel. So the ship was built in Los Angeles, commissioned by a movie director, Ronald West. It was of respectable dimensions, 69 feet, 21 meters. The ship was sold to another owner in 1936, and during her first 10 years, the Joyita remained based in Los Angeles, essentially sailing along the Pacific coast from Mexico to the south to San Francisco to the north. In 1941, 2 months before the attack on Pearl Harbor, the Joyita was acquired by the U.S. Navy and sent to Hawaii to serve as a patrol boat. She was used to patrol the big island of Hawaii and was not affected by the attack on Pearl Harbor. That's how she spent the rest of World War II, as a patrol boat. When the war ended, the ship was no longer needed. Most of her equipment was removed, and she ended up being sold in 1948, returning to private owners. She changed hands a couple of times again, until she ended up as a trading and fishing charter boat in Samoa, almost 5,000 miles away from her birthplace in California. And so the Joyita was now used to transport goods and passengers between islands, or occasionally fish, depending on how profit could be made. In the 1950s, there were few small planes. Helicopters were not common. So these small boats that could transport a few people at a time were very useful. On October 3rd, 1955, the Joyita left Samoa for such a trip, bound for the Tokelau Islands that are 270 miles away. She carried 25 people, 16 crew members and 9 passengers, including a government official, a surgeon on his way for an operation, 2 children, and a businessman. She also left Samoa with a cargo of timber, medical supplies, various foodstuffs, the usual goods that had to be transported between islands. The voyage was expected to last 40 to 48 hours, but departure was delayed a little bit because one of the 2 engines failed. However, that was not seen as a deal breaker, and the ship could travel with only 1 engine. And so, after 24 hours, as a repair would have taken too much time and there were passengers waiting, it was decided to leave Samoa on 1 engine. The ship was expected to arrive in the Tokelau Islands on the 5th of October, but it didn't happen. And on the 6th, a message came from the destination island, signaling that she was overdue. No distress signal had been received, even though the ship had a radio. There had been strong winds, but no storm. So that was a bit puzzling, not necessarily alarming. Still, a search and rescue operation was launched. A large area was searched by the New Zealand Air Force for a week, but nothing was found. It seems the Joyita had vanished together with her crew and passengers. It could only be assumed that she had sunk for an unknown reason and searches had to be stopped. 5 weeks passed, and in November, when the ship was now considered lost, it suddenly reappeared. A merchant ship sighted the Joyita more than 600 miles west from her scheduled route, drifting in the Pacific. The ship was partially submerged and listing heavily, but still afloat. There was no trace of any of the passengers or the crew, and some of its cargo was missing too. The recovery party noticed that the radio was tuned to the International Radio Distress Channel. So apparently, there had been an attempt to call for help. But it appeared later, when the radio was examined, that a malfunction limited its range to a few miles, which probably explained why this signal was never heard by anyone, if it was ever sent. It was also noticed that all the rafts that the ship carried had gone missing. and so was the ship's logbook, its navigation instruments, and firearms that the captain kept. A doctor's bag was found on deck. There was a surgeon among the passengers, but it could be assumed that he kept his things in a cabin. So if the bag was on deck, there had been an attempt to use it somehow, and blood-stained bandages were also found, indicating that someone had been wounded at least. An investigation began to try and solve the puzzle of this ghost ship. It reminded one of a famous ghost ship, the Marie Celeste, a ship that had also lost its crew in the Atlantic Ocean, and no definitive explanation was ever found as to why people had evacuated a ship that was still able to float and was so much safer than lifeboats or rafts, apparently in a hurry. What had happened to the Joyita? 4 main scenarios emerged, and they all sound like possibilities with varying degrees of credibility. The first one would be that the captain died or became incapacitated for some reason, maybe a stroke or an accident, and maybe the bandages found on the deck were for him. The captain, Thomas Miller, was very experienced and familiar with the ship. He knew in particular that the hull would keep it afloat because it was really strong. And indeed, when the ship was discovered, the hull was not compromised. So according to all sailors who knew him, there was no way he would have ordered an evacuation of the ship. The idea that he had to be dead or incapacitated comes from the fact that the ship was evacuated for no good reason. The Joyita was taking in water due to a broken pipe, but that would not have been enough to make her sink. So the scenario would be that on top of this accident with the broken pipe, he died or was badly injured and lost consciousness. The crew and the passengers would have panicked and fled on the rafts, and then they would have gotten lost, while the Joyita would have kept drifting for several weeks. That's possible, but not a perfectly convincing explanation. First, because nothing proves the captain was incapacitated, and second, because that would not explain how some of the cargo disappeared. About 4 tons were missing, and that could not have been taken on rafts. So we have to imagine that either the passengers threw some of the cargo away for some reason, maybe in an attempt to make the ship lighter if they thought it was sinking, or that other people found the ship, took some of its cargo, but not everything, and let it go before it was finally discovered adrift. These things are possible, technically. That's a lot of speculation and unproven steps. Hypotheses to make the scenario work with the known material elements. So, hypothesis number 2. It could have been an insurance fraud organized by the captain. This was mentioned at the time as a possibility because the captain had amassed large debts, but it was never seen as a very credible option. First, because killing 25 people and organizing your own disappearance looks a bit over the top for a fraud that could also be organized by just scuttling the ship when there is no one on board in a port. And also the captain or his body never reappeared, so probably not insurance fraud. Hypothesis number 3 would be the possibility of a mutiny of the crew that would have turned for the worst. According to witnesses, there had been some animosity between Captain Miller and his second in command. But what could have triggered a fight and a mutiny could be these technical problems at the beginning of a flood on board. As mentioned, observing the ship's equipment, it appeared that a cooling pipe had broken, and this is how water started flooding the Joyita. Not enough to make her sink, as we saw, but that was still concerning. The pumps to evacuate this water would have malfunctioned, and the crew would have demanded the ship return to its port of origin. But the captain would have ordered to go on, leading to a revolt on board, a fight, and finally, with the captain no longer in charge, an evacuation. Now, the other members of the crew were not stupid. They may have not known the ship as well as Captain Miller, but it still seems unlikely that they would have abandoned the Joyita to try their luck on tiny rafts in the middle of the ocean. What could explain the evacuation in that case could be that they sighted an island or a reef and tried to reach it, but due to the strong winds, the rafts would have been carried away and the Joyita would have been left drifting with no one on board. Here again, it is technically possible, but it requires various intermediate hypotheses that are hard to prove. So instead of a fight or an accident of the Joyita explaining that she was abandoned, what if she was attacked by pirates? A Soviet submarine? In 1955, we are still in a phase of high tension in the Cold War. And why not by the Japanese? This theory of a Japanese attack gained credence when men clearing the Joyita found several knives that were stamped made in Japan. Obviously, the Second World War had been over for 10 years already. This was not a conventional attack. But two theories circulated at the time. The first was that the Joyita had passed near Japanese fishing boats and had seen something that the Japanese didn't want to be seen, whatever that meant. At the time, the anti-Japanese sentiment in Oceania and the entire West Pacific was still relatively strong. The memory of the war was fresh. The second option, the Joyita had been attacked by Japanese soldiers operating from an isolated island base because they didn't know the war was over, or they did not accept to stop fighting. It is true that this situation happened on islands occupied by the Japanese in the Pacific. Sometimes garrisons or isolated soldiers discovered months or years after the fact that the war was over because they had lost contact with the outside world. So it is not completely unthinkable. But no such secret base was ever found nearby, including in the decades following these events. And why would they have left the ship to escape with its precious cargo and equipment? Actually, the rumor that it was the Japanese quickly deflated when the knives were tested, and it appeared that they were old and broken, probably left on board in the late 1940s, at a time when the ship was used for fishing. For the same reason, the absence of proof, the theory of a Soviet submarine attack was discarded. A small merchant vessel with no one especially on board, no weapons, no valuable cargo, was not an attractive target for a Soviet warship. Remains the possibility of an attack by modern-day pirates. But here again, the absence of pirate activity of that kind before and after, and the fact that only some of the things on board were taken, makes this hypothesis little credible. And on this series of observations and hypotheses, the investigation was closed, leaving the Joyita and its mystery unsolved. There are several possibilities, none of which is completely satisfactory, like for the Mary Celeste in the Atlantic. A dodecahedron is an object with 12 faces, and these Roman dodecahedrons are relatively small, about 1.5 to 4 inches in diameter, that is 4 to 10 centimeters. They are made of bronze, and they are hollow. Each face has a hole in the middle, so 12 holes in total of varying sizes, and each corner of the object has a little protruding knob. So why are these objects mysterious? Because we don't know why they exist. They were not easy to make, with all these details and their regular shapes, but they don't seem to serve any function, practical or symbolic. The first ones were unearthed in the 18th century, and since then more than 100 have been found, at least 130 that are in various museums and collections. They were found mostly in the north and the west of the Roman Empire, in Great Britain, France, Germany, the Benelux, Switzerland, Hungary, and they were dated to the later period of the Roman Empire, from the 2nd to the 4th centuries AD. They are often in rather good state, because the bronze they are made of is a copper alloy, and it resists well the passing of time. But as soon as the first dodecahedrons were discovered, the question of why they existed was raised. And since then, no solid, definitive answer has been found. There is no known mention of them in contemporary accounts, no pictures left by the ancient Romans, and this suggests that they were not so important in Roman society. But this leaves us with few clues. We only have a collection of hypotheses. So what could these dodecahedrons have been? A first possibility is that they would have been used as knitting devices, more precisely spool knitting. Spool knitting is the use of a spool with different nails or pegs around the rim to produce a fabric shaped like a tube. So in that hypothesis, the dodecahedrons would have been antique spools, and it looks technically possible, with the knobs around the dodecahedrons and the holes in each face to possibly pass thread, even though no one precisely knows how it could have been possible to knit with these objects. But why not? So that's the first hypothesis. But there are various objections to it. Firstly, the earliest historical records that attest to spool knitting appeared much later in the 16th century, and there are no signs at all that the Romans or anyone in antiquity used that kind of device to knit. And secondly, it would be peculiar to make such tools in bronze if they were destined for knitting. Bronze was not super precious in ancient Rome, but like all metals, it was costly, costlier than wood, and wood would have been an obvious choice to make a spool. It would have been solid and easier to work with, much cheaper and also lighter to manipulate, so it doesn't seem like a very sound hypothesis. And that brings us to a second one. The dodecahedrons could have been weapons, for example, used as projectiles, or as the head of a mace connected to a handle, or to a chain that was connected to a handle. Not a very credible hypothesis either, according to experts, and it is quite obvious why. The dodecahedrons are hollow, and so they are rather light. They are also often too small to serve as the head of a mace, since they are often only 2 to 3 inches in diameter. So they would make very poor weapons. That's not a real good explanation. Another hypothesis of a different nature, the third one, is that they could have been religious artifacts, which would explain their apparent absence of practical use. But at the same time, their relative complexity and an apparent aesthetic preoccupation in their making. This is a possibility. It is a bit strange that no record would mention them in the rituals of any cult. But strange doesn't mean impossible. We often have little information about the practices and precise beliefs of many antique cults within the Roman Empire. There was a secretive and popular cult of Mithra in ancient Rome, and we don't know that much about this cult beyond what the temples, the shrines look like, or a few iconographic elements found in these shrines. What could bring credibility to the religious meaning, the religious function of the dodecahedrons, is that they were found in previously Celtic provinces of the Roman Empire in the UK, France, the Benelux, Germany, or Hungary. These regions had large Celtic populations at some point, even though they had later been replaced by Germanic peoples when the Romans arrived. But still, it could be a cult born of these Romanized Celtic societies in Gaul or Roman Britain, which would explain why the dodecahedrons were all found in Western and Central Europe, and not in other parts of the empire like the Middle East, Greece, Italy, Spain, or North Africa. So if they were religious artifacts, maybe these dodecahedrons had a forgotten symbolic meaning to the followers of this cult or these cults. Or maybe they could have been fortune-telling devices, even though this is purely speculative, and we have no idea how they would have been used to predict the future. But possibly like big dice, they would have been thrown to see on which face they rested. So, this religious or divinatory function is a possibility, but it is unproven. Yet another hypothesis, number 4, is that they would simply have been decorative objects or parts of toys for children. It is hard to believe they were parts of toys, because no known Roman toys used these shapes or would have used metal parts like these? And if they were toys, why the presence only in some regions of the empire? So probably not toys, but their use as decorative objects is possible. Still, that would be something surprising from Romans or from Romanized populations. Surprising because the Romans did produce decorative objects, but these objects had a function first and foremost. Vases, lamps, plates, jewels, furniture. There were no examples of Roman objects that were made with the only purpose of serving as abstract decoration. An object that cannot be connected to a function or that doesn't have at least a symbolic meaning. Actually producing and mass-producing decorative objects that only exists for their aesthetic or decorative qualities and nothing else is a particularity of modern times. This is not something older cultures did, even when they produced a large number of ornaments and decorations. These were not necessarily useful, but they were applied to useful objects that were decorated. Furniture, clocks, lamps. Decorative objects did not exist by themselves like works of art, and it would be a stretch to imagine the Romans producing these dodecahedrons as conceptual works of art. This would sound very anachronistic, and there would be no other known example across the Roman world. So not toys, and the hypotheses of the dodecahedrons as decorative objects with no other function than that of ornament. That sounds very unlikely. Now, hypothesis number 5. What if they were some kind of measuring device? The holes of different sizes in the faces could have been used to insert a handle or a stick, and they would have been some sort of tool for surveyors. There again, not completely impossible, but it sounds complicated because there is never any graduation or inscription on the dodecahedrons, which should have been the case if they were used to measure distances. In general, one element that goes against the idea that the dodecahedrons were objects of everyday life is that they were sometimes found with coins, and this suggests that they were considered as valuable objects. Not always, but several of them were found like this in coin hoards, so maybe they were precious or had something to do with coins. Throughout the Roman Empire, metallic coins were widely used as currency. However, when these coins were minted from precious metals, there was always a risk that people would clip or shave off portions of the metal, diminishing their value. So, the holes in the different faces of the dodecahedron could have been used to quickly check the diameter of coins, and that would explain the different sizes of the holes, even though here again that sounds like a stretch. Why have no inscription on any of the faces? Why make such a complicated object for a measuring function? Something that could have been achieved much more easily by putting different holes on a single sheet of metal, for example. So it doesn't really seem that dodecahedrons were made for this. Which brings us to the latest possible function. The 7th hypothesis that I personally find more compelling than the others, even though it's not proven either. These dodecahedrons could have been voluntarily complicated objects designed to test the skills of blacksmiths. Roman urban society in the period we are considering the 2nd to 4th century AD, this urban society was structured by associations, guilds called collegia, collegium in the singular. These collegia, these societies, were not limited to professionals. They worked like social clubs or religious collectives whose members shared a common interest and worked together to pursue it. It could cover many aspects of urban life, including cult practices, political activities, or offices, professions. So, in a sufficiently large city, there would be many different collegia, including for people of the same profession, that found in these associations a place to socialize, to be with their peers, to collude in the fixation of prices, probably. These guilds were certainly not very consumer-friendly, but they would also offer a number of guarantees to their clients, too. A professional member of a collegium had to respect certain standards of quality or expertise fixed by the collegium. So it is not impossible that in order to judge the capacity of craftsmen to reach a certain status within the collegium, they would be asked to produce a complicated object corresponding to certain specifications. And once the object had been made, it could be shown to clients like a trophy as proof of competence, the know-how, the skill of the craftsman. And that could be a good explanation here, because these dodecahedrons were not easy to make at all. They required the different pieces to be precisely assembled. All 12 faces had to have the exact same dimensions. Otherwise, the dodecahedrons could not be completed. And so the range of skills necessary to make one is impressive. It takes a capacity to melt, shape, and assemble metal parts that have to be precisely calibrated. And that would also explain different things, the apparent value of the objects. Because to blacksmiths who would have made them, it would have been proof of accomplishments, of skills, including of social validation among their peers. Also, the apparent absence of function and the useless complexity of these objects makes sense if the function of the object was not in its use, but in its making, as a tangible proof of someone's skills. So this is a possibility. Dodecahedrons would have been part of a standard portfolio of creations that blacksmiths in some regions of the Roman Empire to the west and the north had to master in order to reach a certain level in their respective collegia. Still, it is just a guess and not a fact, and to this day no definite proof of what the dodecahedrons really served for or meant has really emerged. Our second set of objects takes us to Scotland, where a majority of them were found. I'm going to tell you about the mysterious petrospheres, the carved stone balls. These balls are not exclusive to Scotland. Some are found in England and others in Ireland, but the majority were discovered in northeast Scotland. More than 400 are known, and a few more are occasionally unearthed. Obviously, this suggests that these balls were once rather abundant, probably in the thousands. When exactly? They have been dated to a relatively long period of time, in the late Neolithic, that's more than 5,000 years ago, to at least the Bronze Age, which ended about 3,000 years ago. What do these balls look like? Most are round, but a few are oval, and their appearance varies from almost featureless, with the exception of a few knobs on their surface, often 6 per ball, but it can be less, or sometimes many more. A few balls have dozens of knobs, and they were carved in different types of rock. Their sizes also vary, but the majority are about 7 centimeters in diameter, a bit less than 3 inches. So you can imagine something about the size of a tennis ball, even though a few ones are larger than that. Many are also decorated. They are carved, sometimes heavily, with lines forming circles, spirals, or patterns of straight lines. So they are different in sizes and shape, with varying numbers of knobs in appearance with their decorative features. They were dated from an extended period of time that lasted many centuries, and yet they clearly form a group. They all come from a precise region of the world. And this kind of Neolithic or Bronze Age carved stone balls were not found anywhere else in the world. And they present a mystery. Like the Roman dodecahedrons, even though they are several centuries older. Why do the stone balls exist? What were they made for? Here again, there are many possibilities that all bring us back to the late prehistoric and antique societies that carved these balls. Before the Roman conquest, the population of Britain all the way north to Scotland was Celtic. But the balls are older than that, older than the presence of the Celts. The first Celts arrived in Great Britain in the 2nd millennium BC, and more migrated to the island in the 1st millennium BC, during the Iron Age. Before them, Britain already had inhabitants, including the ones who left megalithic sites like Stonehenge. And not everything is known about them, but they left abundant archaeological remains. In particular, Britain was populated by a people belonging to the Bell Beaker culture. Beaker or Bell Beaker is the name given to the pre-Celtic culture that is known for their decorative patterns, especially on pottery. This is where the name came from. And the Bell Beaker folk lived in temperate regions of Europe, not just in Great Britain, and they were probably not alone, as Europe had been populated by small groups of prehistoric men for tens of thousands of years. A well-known trace of this late Neolithic human presence in Scotland is the site of Skara an elaborate stone village where people lived thousands of years ago. And actually, some of the carved stone balls were found at Skara. That's how ancient these stone balls are. But what about their reason to be? Were they made for practical reasons or something more symbolic or ceremonial? If it was for ceremonial use, we have several possibilities. One could be that they were like these sticks that give people the right to speak in discussions. Holding the ball would have given someone the right to be heard, and the ball would have passed from hand to hand. It would have fit well in a hand with its size, which, as I said, was like a tennis ball. That does sound like a lot of effort to create an alternative to a talking stick. Any other object would have worked, but why not? Or maybe they could have been used for divination like the dodecahedrons we talked about before. They could have been rolled, and the message would have come from their positioning when they rested, or maybe their function was something more down to earth. They could have been weapons, projectiles in particular. The knobs and the interspaces on each ball would have made it possible to tie them with leather and use them as bolas. Bolas are a type of throwing weapon made of weights that are placed at the end of cords. The weights made it possible to throw the bolas and capture animals because the cords of the bolas entangled their legs. This is possible. The size and weight of the balls are coherent with this use. But signs of ancient use of bolas were mostly found in America, not so much in Great Britain. And if they were used as weapons, why such care in the ornamentation of the balls? When we have plenty of examples of other objects, other weapons and tools of the same period, they were generally not decorated like that. Still, if we assume they were used as weights, it could have been for fishing, tied to nets to make them sink as intended, or as weights for looms. Fishing nets and looms were common in the Bronze Age. But here again, it doesn't explain the care in the making of so many of these balls when simple stones could have done the same job without effort. Fishing or looming were everyday activities, basic activities that didn't justify fancy equipment. The decoration and the uniformity in size could suggest that the balls had a more prestigious or more important use than that. And yet another hypothesis is that they were part of a system of weight measurement. That would explain that they look calibrated, with many balls about the same size. But it doesn't really work either, because the balls have similar sizes, but they are made of different stones and their weights are very different. Maybe it was much simpler than that and they were just part of a game, a balls game, which would explain the need for balls of a similar size to make sets. One last practical suggestion is that they could have been used as ball bearings for transporting big stones. Many of the balls were found in the proximity of Neolithic megalithic circles, big stones arranged in circles that are typical of the late Neolithic period in Western Europe, including Scotland. These big stones had to be moved, and sometimes they came from rather far, like in the case of Stonehenge. We don't always know exactly how they were displaced from quarries that could be miles or tens of miles away. There are different possible methods that would have worked, like putting them on sledges, rolling them on logs, and why not, rolling them on these balls, possibly arranged in line inside a wooden hollow log that would have rolled, and with one or two more, maybe supported a big stone. This is not proven, but it is another possibility. At this point, though, none of these explanations dominate, and the carved stone balls keep all their mystery. Our next set of objects will take us to Central America, more precisely to Costa Rica. Almost a century ago, part of the jungle was being cleared for banana plantations, and at some point, large stones began to appear on the ground, invisible from above because they were submerged by the vegetation. These stones were obviously not natural. They were almost perfectly spherical, some very polished, others rougher, and they were of varying sizes, from a few inches in diameter up to over 6 feet and more than 15 tons. These workers clearing the forest did not know it yet, but they had discovered remains of an ancient culture. Remains created long before the Spanish conquest that had spent centuries hidden under the jungle, waiting to be rediscovered. The spheres are made of different rocks, some basalt-like and others of sedimentary rocks like limestone and sandstone. The spheres can be very heavy, and they appear to have been made from boulders that were hammered with other rocks to give them the spherical shape and then polished with sand. The quarry for the spheres was found several kilometers away from the site of their discovery. And this was proven by the discovery of unfinished spheres on this quarrying site. In total, over 300 of these petrospheres are known. But who made them and why? The first question, who, has a rather precise answer. The spheres were attributed to an extinct culture, the Dikis culture. Even though Mesoamerican civilizations and peoples like the Aztec, the Toltec, the Maya are more famous, or to the south in South America, the Inca, all of South and Central America were populated at the time of the Spanish conquest, and they had been populated for thousands of years. Between Panama and Costa Rica, the dominant culture of the last centuries before the invasion was a Chiriquí culture, also known as the Varaguas culture, which is little known. It didn't leave large ruins or writings, but the quality of its crafts, and especially goldwork, is noticeable. This culture went extinct in the 16th century, and it can be traced back to 700 AD. That is to say, 800 years before the arrival of the Spanish. The Dikis who made the spheres were part of the Chiriquí culture. They were a local variant in Costa Rica. It is hard to know when the spheres were created, because the one method used to date stones traditionally is stratigraphy, the observations of layers of sedimentation. When rock is taken to another location and the culture that made the artifacts disappear, you are left with very little information. So the spheres were dated using the information in their environment, because the sites where they were found contained at the same time a settlement with housing, probably permanent. It was a village or a town, and a cemetery with tombs, and also artificial mounds and remains of monumental architecture. Based on all this, the spheres were dated to 680 AD for the oldest ones, but the majority would have been carved and brought to the site after the year 1000, corresponding to medieval times in Europe. After the decline and disappearance of the last representatives of the Dikis culture, the sites where they had lived were completely forgotten and submerged, invaded by the jungle, as happened to Maya cities hundreds of miles to the north. So without any information about the intentions of the Dikis, we are left to guess what these spheres meant to them and why they really went out of the way to create and gather them. Clearly, with such a size, the spheres had no practical use. We can eliminate this possibility, and that means that they must have had a symbolic or aesthetic or religious meaning. One problem is that many spheres were moved shortly after the discovery, so their exact positioning, as it was intended by their creators, remains speculative. This information was lost. But one possible explanation is that they tried to replicate symbolically in our world, our realm of existence, what they saw in the heavens above them. In various pre-Columbian cultures, from North to Central America, it has been hypothesized that this was a theme of inspiration. In previous stories, I told you about the cities of the Maya or Chaco Canyon in New Mexico. These are just examples in which the builders could have been inspired by a drive to replicate, in architecture and urbanism, the otherworldly or ideal world they imagined or envisioned in the sky. In their conception, this could have helped install a form of harmony, a connection between different worlds. And so, the spheres in that case could have been placed to represent the sky constellations with stars of different sizes, or other celestial bodies, for example, various stages of the sun and the moon. The stages of the moon could have been replicated by burying more or less the spheres into the ground. On top of being a symbolic installation, the collection of spheres could also have marked the entrance of houses or various public buildings, possibly with their sizes saying something of the status of people who lived near them. Given that we don't know much about the way the Diki's society worked, it is all hypothetical. And because the spheres have this part of mystery, they have been attributed qualities that they don't have. For example, they are perfect in roundness. It is like for the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt, which some people say was perfectly adjusted to building standards that were not known to be accessible to humans at the time of its building. But in both cases, this is just not true. These are myths. The spheres of Costa Rica are well made and do look round, but many of them are imprecise. They are not perfectly round. And some of them, the largest ones, can lack several centimeters in diameter, up to 2 inches, confirming that they were made manually with fairly basic tools to hammer and measure them. In any case, they have become a national symbol in Costa Rica and a source of inspiration for artists, especially sculptors. And now, let's return to Scotland for our last series of objects. These ones are not made of bronze or stone, but ivory, walrus ivory, the material that the tusks of walruses are made of. In 1831, on the Isle of Lewis, in the Outer Hebrides Islands, northwest of Scotland, a hoard was discovered that contained 94 objects, including 14 tablemen, which are pieces for table games like backgammon, and 78 chess pieces. One complete set of chess pieces contains 16 pieces twice, so that's 32 in total. And here there were 78, so they belong to different sets. It is still unclear whether the hoard contained one or several complete sets, or if the pieces came from different sets and none was complete. Based on the different aspects of the pawns, It has been suggested that these pieces could belong to at least 5 different sets. Apart from pawns, of which there were 19, the majority of pieces are the powerful pieces. There are 8 kings, 8 queens, 16 bishops, 15 knights, and 13 rooks. This was an archaeological treasure because every single one of these pieces was ancient. But even at the time when these pieces were made, the sets they came from were already precious. The dating of these pieces based on the ivory and the style of the figures indicate with a high probability that they are medieval, at some point around the late 12th century or a little bit later, and that they probably came from Norway. First, because carvings of a similar style were manufactured at the city of Trondheim at the time in Norway. But even more because of some of the pieces themselves. The rooks are not little castles or towers, as we are used to, but they are warriors, Scandinavian berserkers, and this way of representing rooks was typical of Scandinavia at the time. To understand it a bit better, we need to talk about the spread of the game of chess until it reached Europe. Chess became very popular across medieval Europe among the elite. But for Europe at the time, it was a new game. As you may know, chess was first developed in India, and at the time the pieces were represented a bit different. What would become the bishop was an elephant, and the rook was a chariot. In Persian, rook means chariot. The game traveled westward from India to the Islamic world, where the Persian name rook for chariot was adopted. But instead of continuing with figurative pieces, artisans and players from the Islamic world made them evolve towards abstraction. For a part because it could look more serious, maybe, but also because figurative art depicting people or animals was very frowned upon or forbidden in Islam. So there are examples of chess sets, Arabic or Persian, with all the pieces turned to abstractions. They look like little domes, triangles, different shapes that helped identify the pieces. From the Islamic world, the game reached medieval Europe, and its appearance was transformed again, with most of the pieces returning to being figurative once more. The ex-elephant became a bishop to Christianize the game a bit. Kings and queens and knights were represented as persons or animals again, and the rook, the chariot, became a tower. But not everywhere. For some time in Scandinavia, the rook was pictured as a warrior. In these particular sets of Lewis, a berserker, a warrior in a state of trance, of fury, we know it because they are represented biting their shields, a detail that came straight from ancient Norse sagas, at least as they were told in the 12th century. Actually, the design of the Lewis chess pieces also reveals a lot of things. First, there is a uniformity of style, even though they belong to different sets. It appears that these pieces were crafted by one or several people who worked together, following the same style. And second, the designs are not that serious. The eyes or the attitude of the pieces reveal a touch of comedy or a slightly cartoonish approach, which has crossed the centuries and that can still be understood today. So, with all these elements in mind, what could have been the story of these pieces begins to take shape. They most probably came from Norway, where they were crafted using walrus ivory, a relatively precious material. For more ordinary objects, including games, wood would have been the material of choice. So the material itself and the care put into their making tell us that these pieces were upscale objects or luxury objects. They could have been gathered by a collector or a merchant who would have crossed the North Sea and lost them, or who would have been stolen from near the coasts of Scotland. This is purely speculative, and the history of these pieces is unknown. We cannot even be sure that they stayed for a long time in Lewis before they were discovered. Maybe they were hidden there only for a few years or decades before their discovery, and they traveled much more before. In any case, these pieces are an extraordinary door to the past. They exist because the game of chess was invented thousands of miles away in India. It traveled for centuries, changing aspects and reaching Scandinavia, where it was adapted to local culture. The iconography they reference also tell us of another chapter of human history. Berserkers were represented biting their shields, not as a comical idea, the detail added by the sculptor, but because in the Norse sagas there were about to be put in writing by Christianized authors, especially one from Iceland called Snorri Sturluson. Berserkers were depicted as biting their shields, so this little detail alluded to centuries of Norse mythology and tales that by the end of the 12th century were fading away, falling into oblivion as the culture of Nordic countries was shifting. We know the pieces are no older than the 12th century because of details in their design. For example, the ceremonial headdresses of the bishops, the mitres, changed over time. And the ones depicted on these pieces are typical of the late 12th century or early 13th century. The Lewis chess pieces are not the oldest ones we know of, but they are by far the most comprehensive set of ancient European pieces. Because even if they may not form a single complete set, I told you earlier that this is uncertain how many sets there were in these hoards. Other pieces of medieval chess were found isolated or in very small sets. Nothing has reached us as coherent as the Lewis ones. And so, with their funny and well-crafted shapes, their unknown tribulations, they are a window to the history of medieval Europe and of the game of chess. They can be seen at the British Museum, where a majority of the pieces are kept, or at the National Museum of Scotland in Edinburgh. So are the other artifacts we spoke about tonight. The dodecahedrons are kept in various European museums. The carved stone balls in various museums in the UK and Ireland. And the stone spheres, if you go to Costa Rica, are also displayed on site and at the Museo Nacional de Costa Rica. Do you know that maybe a buried pirate treasure is waiting to be discovered somewhere near Manhattan or on Long Island? The treasure of Captain William Kidd, a privateer turned pirate who was active in New York City during the late 17th century. At least, this is what legends say. And as often, legends are rooted in history. So for our first story of the night, let's find out what this lost treasure story is about. As you know, New York City started as a Dutch settlement on the island of Manhattan, at the southern tip of the island. A trading post called New Amsterdam, which stayed in Dutch hands for 40 years, from 1624 to 1664, before it was transferred to England as part of the peace treaty after the Second Anglo-Dutch War. New Amsterdam had grown to have around 1,500 to 2,000 inhabitants, so it was more a town, a big village, rather than a city at this point. But compared with other European settlements in North America, around 1660, it was still significant. For comparison, the largest city in North America at the time, by far, was Mexico City, which had 70,000 to 100,000 people. Technically, it had been founded by the Spanish after their conquest of the Aztecs 140 years earlier, but founded on the site of the Aztec capital, Tenochtitlan, which was even bigger than that, with more than 100,000 people. So it cannot really be counted as a European new settlement. So, of the colonies founded in North America by Europeans on sites that were not urbanized before, the largest by 1660 was Jamestown in Virginia, an English colony with 4,000 to 5,000 people, and an economy based on tobacco, which was booming at the time. After that, the largest settlements were St. Augustine in Florida, Santa Fe in New Mexico, both Spanish colonies, and New Amsterdam, the three with around 1,500 people. So despite its small size, New Amsterdam was still respectable relative to others. It had a good strategic location too, and it made it an attractive gain for the English. When the colony changed hands and became known as New York, which was officially done in 1667, after 3 years of occupation, its population remained very diverse. There were Dutch settlers who stayed and became some of the oldest families of New York. There were English settlers too, in growing numbers, and a few more Europeans from various countries, and Africans both free and enslaved. It was not spectacular at first, but this trading post took off, and 30 years later, by the 1690s, at the time when our story is going to take place, it had turned into a colonial port with 4,000 to 5,000 people. It served as a hub for trade in furs, timber, and agricultural goods, and between its port and the larger population, it began to occupy the rest of Manhattan instead of just the south, which at the time of the Dutch was protected by a palisade, a wall. Wall Street is a trace of that wall that once was. So New York was now expanding, and its location made it a base for merchants and also for privateers, which is to say, official pirates, basically. Privateers were captains which privately owned ships that a government authorized to attack and capture enemy vessels, England or France or the Dutch Republic, employed many of them in the 16th and 17th centuries, when Spain dominated in America and they were at war with Spain. It was a way of attacking other countries' fleets and disturbing their trade without engaging one's navy, and for free. The privateers were businessmen too. They could keep the profits from their loots, or at least part of it. It was dangerous business, obviously, but very lucrative potentially. So privateers would get access to the ports of the kingdom they worked for. And English privateers that were encouraged to attack Spanish ships and Spanish colonies, especially in the Caribbean or in the Atlantic, could anchor in Jamestown or New York. Now, in colonial parts that were far from their country of belonging, where law enforcement was sometimes non-existent, there was a large gray area around trade, privateering, and piracy. And that was very much the case of New York. Merchants would trade with pirates and smuggle goods. Privateers were often the kind of people who could turn to piracy if they thought their interests would be better served this way. And even the authorities could be complicit in this. A governor called Benjamin Fletcher in the 1690s was accused of complicity with pirates. And it is only in the following century, the 18th century, that the rule of law began to be better enforced in and around the port of New York. Which brings us back to William Kidd, Captain Kidd and his alleged treasure. Kidd is a good example of merchant turned privateer turned pirate. He was born in 1645 in Scotland and became relatively affluent by trading in the Atlantic and marrying a rich widow from New York, a widow of Dutch and English descent, which represented well the very small high society of New York by the late 17th century. Remember, there were barely 5,000 residents at the time. It was still rather small, and the time of mansions and big fortunes had not started yet. But she was as wealthy as one could be in New York at the time. And William Kidd had become a respected member of the merchant community of New York. He owned property in Lower Manhattan, so he was well established. But apparently he wanted more. Or he needed more. Maybe to sustain his comfortable life or repay debts. Because in 1695 he became a privateer based in New York with a privateering commission from King William III of England. At the time, in 1695, the 9 Years' War was raging in Europe, a war between France and King Louis IV, the Sun King, and an alliance of England, the Dutch Republic, the Holy Roman Empire, and Spain. This alliance had been built to counter the expansionist policies of Louis XIV, and the 9 Years' War was fought primarily in Europe. But it also had repercussions in the Atlantic and Indian Oceans too, where France, Spain, and England were competing. So Kidd was tasked with capturing French vessels and suppressing piracy in the Indian Ocean, quite far from New York. But by the late 17th century, the Indian Ocean was disputed, and both sides commissioned privateers to harass their enemies' ships. So Kidd sailed to the Indian Ocean. But there, things didn't turn out as expected. His ship, the Adventure Galley, failed to spot French targets to attack. And on top of that, the expedition faced logistical issues. They had a hard time finding ports to refit the ship and rest a little in the Indian Ocean. The crew was very unhappy. So, from privateer, Kidd descended into piracy and started to attack neutral or allied ships, anything he could find. He captured a vessel off the coast of India, the Kedag Merchant, which carried valuable cargo, silk, spices, and gold. But faced with a lack of supplies and a risk of mutiny, he abandoned his ship, the Adventure Galley, and returned to New York with the one he had captured and supposedly its precious cargo on board. By 1699, he was back in New York, where he sold the captured ship, the Kedag Merchant, for an estimated £70,000, a fortune at the time equivalent to millions today. He distributed some of it to the remaining crew and maybe to his business partners who had funded the expedition. We don't know the details, and reportedly he buried the rest, his share, the lion's share of the spoils, which would have to be hidden somewhere along the coast, possibly on Long Island or Gardiner's Island, which is a small island near Long Island, or maybe even somewhere in Manhattan, near his home. Why bury this treasure after his return to New York? Because piracy charges were coming at him. Word of his actions in the Indian Ocean had spread to New York, and it was probably safer for him to hide his fortune somewhere and retrieve it later, when he would have cleared his name somehow. But he could never do so. He had hoped, apparently, that the governor of New York would protect him, because the governor was one of the backers of his privateering expedition. But instead, pressured to act against piracy, the governor turned against him and arrested him. Kidd was sent to London to be tried for piracy. He was found guilty in a trial that seems to have been biased against him, but still, it is true that he committed acts of piracy, and in 1701 he was hanged. The legend of his buried treasures was ready to spread because he took the secrets of what had happened to his fortune to his grave. Only a fraction of the Kedag Merchant's ship cargo, the ship that he captured, was ever accounted for. Before his trial, while still in New York, he had also told the governor and other people about the treasure he had hidden, probably hoping to leverage this to gain protection. It didn't work, but obviously if it was true, and there was really a hidden treasure, he never revealed its location because he would have immediately lost all leverage and sentenced himself to death. The places where he was rumored to have hidden the treasure, Long Island, Gardiner's Island, or Manhattan, are the ones where he reportedly went after his return to New York. So these are the locations where he would have been able to hide something. But despite centuries of rumors and searches, nothing was ever found, or at least revealed. But it is still possible that a member of his crew or a lucky treasure hunter found the jackpot and just got away with it, never revealing where their new fortune came from. It is hard to imagine that the treasure could still be buried untouched on Manhattan or Queens or Brooklyn in the western part of Long Island, because these areas have been urbanized for a long time now. Their soil dug and disturbed repeatedly. So if the treasure existed and was there once, it should have been found. But the rest of Long Island that is less dense, or possibly other locations along the Atlantic coast, could possibly be locations for the treasure, if it ever existed. And this is why, somewhere in New York City, or close, there could still be a pirate treasure from the 17th century waiting to be discovered. And that may not be the only treasure. We are now going to fast forward in time by almost a century and talk of another treasure that disappeared in the East River between Manhattan, Queens, and the Bronx during the American Revolution. The treasure of the HMS Hussar, a British frigate. So, we are back in New York, but in the 1780s and along the 18th century, New York experienced a remarkable development. You remember it had around 4,000 to 5,000 souls by the 1690s. 90 years later, it now had over 25,000, an expansion that was not linear nor peaceful. New York had turned into a major colonial trade hub at this point. It was the second largest city of the 13 colonies, behind Philadelphia, which had 40,000, but ahead of Boston, with around 16,000, and Charleston, with 14,000. New York was a bit more chaotic than other colonial cities because of its particular mix of nationalities that could lead to conflicts. The class divide was more pronounced there than in other places, with huge fortunes living near horrible poverty, and there were racial tensions too. Enslaved Africans accounted for 15 to 20% of the population, and the fear of a revolt was permanent. Another fear was the danger of attacks by Native Americans at the start of the 18th century in particular. So there was prosperity, yes, and Manhattan had been partly urbanized, expanding from its historical center to the south. But New York was prone to revolts and a degree of social violence. In the 1770s, unrest against British rule was on the rise, and it culminated with the Revolution, the War of Independence, starting in 1775. Now, New York was not one of the centers of the rebellion. Quite the opposite. It was a loyalist stronghold during the war, remaining loyal to the UK. Why? Because due to its strategic importance, it was quickly seized by British troops in 1776 and heavily occupied from 1776 to the end in 1783. The occupation suppressed revolts against the British and made New York a kind of safe haven for Loyalists. So this is where they went, where they concentrated when they had to flee other cities. A second reason that made New York a Loyalist city was that its economy was very tied to colonial trade, and it had prospered as a port, exporting timber, fur, agricultural goods to other colonies and Great Britain. So the elite of the city was afraid that independence would disrupt that trade. They just didn't want things to change. And finally, the third reason is the population of New York included large groups inclined towards loyalism. There were many Anglicans tied to the Church of England, the descendants of the Dutch that were often wealthy landowners and not inclined at all to change a situation that favored them so much. The slaves, too, who were offered freedom by the British if they joined the Loyalist cause. And also many recent English and Scottish migrants that remained naturally loyal to their country of origin. So in short, New York was the most important Loyalist base during the American Revolution. And a lot of British troops were stationed there. These troops had to be supplied and paid. And that's what the frigate Hussar, the 28-gun ship, was there to do. She was sent with months of salaries for thousands of troops. And of course, you see what is coming. She sank. She sank in the East River's Hell Gate Passage, a waterway named like this because it was notoriously dangerous, treacherous. Hell Gate is what is called a tidal strait, and it was dangerous to navigate because it was the place where various currents were driven by tides, so changing along the day meant creating constant disturbances. There were also rocks. It was narrow, not a big deal for small or modern ships, and nowadays a bridge, the Hell Gate Bridge, crosses it. But at the time for slow and big sailing ships, it was a risky move to sail through Hell Gate. Still, that's what the HMS Hussar did, and it led to disaster. She touched rocks and sank rapidly, and she sank with a lot of gold and silver on board. How much exactly? This is uncertain, but it has been valued at up to £4 million. £4 million of 1776 are equivalent to hundreds of millions today. It was a real fortune. Most of the crew made it to land and survived the wreck, but all of the gold and silver had sunk with the ship and turned out to be very hard to retrieve. Of course, divers were sent immediately to look for the treasure, but with the strong currents and the shifting riverbed that at the time had not been tamed, it turned out to be impossible to recover anything. And years later, when other attempts were made, they were not more successful. The treasure seemed to have vanished. Today, the trace of where the wreck exactly was has been lost between urban developments and changes in topography of the East River. The location of the wreck is unknown, Maybe some of the gold was retrieved before the wreck finished sinking. Maybe some of it was found and kept later by opportunists who dived on the site. Or more possibly, some of it was carried away by the current and dispersed across the East River. We don't know, but it's all well possible, likely even, that some of the gold of the Hussar still waits to be recovered somewhere underwater, mired in the East River. Let's return to our time machine and move forward again by a few decades, which takes us to the second half of the 19th century. New York had always been transforming since its foundation as New Amsterdam. But in the 19th century, it went through a complete metamorphosis. From what was still a modest port compared with European and Asian ports to a global metropolis, a unique city, one of the major cities of the world. By 1800, so still in the early years of the independent United States, the population had begun to surge, and it reached 60,000. You remember it was around 25,000 during the American Revolution. In the 1900s, New York City was something else entirely. 3.4 million people, high buildings, and an industrial, commercial, and financial hub with countless factory chimneys, giant warehouses, and harbor equipment, a thriving stock market, universities and libraries, mansions, parks, and still the coexistence of extreme wealth and extreme poverty. Of success stories with the happy few making a fortune out of nothing, and many living a life of hard work that was barely sufficient to survive. In other words, an industrial metropolis at the forefront of modernity, with its promises, its hopes, its treasons, and its conflicts. In 1800, New York City had begun to take the lead among American cities to become the economic engine of America. Before, it seemed other cities could have competed with New York, Philadelphia, Boston, maybe Baltimore or New Orleans. But by 1820, they were all left behind already, and New York City was now the main gateway to America for people, ideas, culture, knowledge, capital, and innovations. It was inescapable. After the American Civil War, its growth only accelerated. The period between 1870 and 1900 is often called the Gilded Age for the U.S., a time of quick economic growth, industrialization, fortunes on a level that the U.S. had never seen before. During that period appeared the Goulds, the Vanderbilts, the Rockefellers, the Carnegies. Fortunes sometimes built very quickly and on practices that were barely legal. On the stock market, in real estate, or in industries such as oil, steel, or railroads. The economy was mostly unregulated at the time, and for the adventurers and the unscrupulous risk-takers, there were plenty of opportunities. That was a period during which New Yorkers were born and died in a completely different city, and its size and appearance were changing very fast, faster than today. Even though New York City never stopped changing, it is one of its defining features. Among the millions of destinies that cross paths in this period, in and around New York City, one stands out as particularly odd, intriguing. The life of the Leatherman, a vagrant, a vagabond, who was constantly on the move in the northeastern United States and came back to the same towns every 34 or 35 days for more than 30 years. He didn't exactly visit New York City every 34 days, but passed through the city's outskirts. Now, vagrants were quite common in the 19th century, and they were often seen in towns and villages across industrial nations as a plague. There were often very strict laws against them. They could be locked up for just not having a home, on the grounds that they were a threat to others, that they could steal, kill, transmit diseases. So they were dehumanized quite harshly. But the Leatherman was different. He was rather well accepted where he went, probably because he was not seen as a threat, and because people got to know him on his never-ending loop. He was nicknamed Leatherman because he always wore a very peculiar suit, handmade with patches of leather. A picture from 1885, 4 years before his death, shows what looks a bit like the skin suits worn by native people living near the Arctic Circle in the north of Canada or Siberia. Something that in any case looked completely out of place in 19th century New England. People did not know his name and only knew him as the Leatherman. He lived in different rock shelters and small caves and completed his loop, a 365-mile-long journey, every 5 weeks. That's almost 600 kilometers. On foot, obviously, which implies that he walked several hours per day on average. Along the way, he stopped in towns, always the same towns where he was known, and offered food, occasionally money. An old store kept a record of an order he left for bread, crackers, coffee, brandy, and beer, and he paid for that. There doesn't seem to be any known occurrence of the Leatherman stealing something, as he was reliable on his timing on the loop. People would have food ready for him, and because he was known, the local authorities will let him live his life unbothered, or even pass ordinances to exempt him from the local regulation against wanderers. In Connecticut, there was a tramp law, a law against vagrancy, passed in 1879. One of these laws against vagrancy I mentioned earlier. The first records of the Leatherman doing his loop are from around 1857, and he was found dead in 1889 in one of his usual caves in the town of Mount Pleasant, New York. What makes this person mysterious is a combination of this very strange behavior. On top of following his loop, he almost never talked. He was apparently fluent in French and didn't speak much English, but even in French, he would not speak much. There was also his appearance, with a leather suit, scarf, and hat, and his identity, which remains uncertain. All of this contributes to making his story bizarre. We don't know anything about his motivations. It would be tempting to believe he had a mental illness or any kind of psychological disposition that made him stay at the margin of society and obsessively repeating the same loop. That's possible. But in 1888, 1 year before his death, he was arrested and hospitalized. He was given a diagnosis of sane, except for an emotional affliction. He was basically found to have been sad, but otherwise perfectly normal psychologically. And as he had money and asked to be released, they let him go. It is possible some people gave him money, but this is another mystery about him. He didn't spend much, but he seemed to never go short on money, despite not working nor being seen stealing anything. His identity remains unknown. It is considered likely that he was from France, or maybe French Canada. First, because he spoke French, and rumors at the time said he was from Picardy in the north of France. A French prayer book was also found among his possessions after his death, and it was observed that he always declined meat on Fridays, a typical Roman Catholic tradition. He was given a tomb and a tombstone. Said he was called Jules Bouclet and came from Lyon, France. But this name had appeared out of nowhere in a local newspaper and was retracted later. As of today, his true identity remains unknown, and he was given a new grave with a plaque that just reads "The Leatherman." Was he an immigrant who did not integrate, or maybe could never adapt to the shock of arriving on a new continent? And so he began a life of wandering that became oddly comforting by repeating the same loop over and over? Or was he punishing himself for something? Or did he have a condition that made him lose track of time and everything else, and only focus on repeating the same journey until his death? We can only speculate. And more than 130 years after his death, the Leatherman remains a question mark. Some of the most iconic sites of New York City are from the Gilded Age, including the Brooklyn Bridge, and of course the Statue of Liberty, which was inaugurated in its current site on Liberty Island in 1886. As you probably know, the statue was intended to be a gift to the United States by the people of France. The statue was designed and built in France and prepared to be shipped in pieces to be reassembled. But there were delays due to the Franco-Prussian War and funding problems. So in the end, its installation was made possible by a call for donations organized by publisher Joseph Pulitzer of the New York World, a newspaper that disappeared in the Great Depression. The same Pulitzer who gave his name to the Pulitzer Prizes. He attracted more than 100,000 American contributors, most of them gave only $1 or less. But that was still money. $1 of 1885 was equivalent in purchasing power to $35 of today. And this completed the funding for the pedestal and the construction in New York City. So the Americans still paid for a part of their gift. But that was probably a good investment, because the Statue of Liberty would become a global icon of the 20th century, which was now nearing. And again, New York City continued its rise and surpassed London as the global city of the 20th century. Bigger, richer, concentrating economic, cultural, and political power with its international institutions. And this transition, as Europe was losing its world dominance and America was on the rise, can probably be dated to the 1910s and 1920s, as Europe was ravaged by the First World War, while the American economy was booming. You remember New York City had 3.4 million inhabitants in 1900. By 1950, it was 7.4 million, fueled by waves of immigrants now coming from Southern and Eastern Europe, as well as more African Americans from the Southern states looking for factory and service jobs, and also a more accepting atmosphere in large black neighborhoods. The interwar period, the 20s and 30s, were the time when iconic skyscrapers were built, like the Empire State Building in 1931, the time of the Roaring Twenties, of Prohibition too, from 1920 to 1933, with its consequences on underground life and crime, the time of the Harlem Renaissance, with its flourishing of African American art, literature, music, and also the background of our next mystery, the disappearance of Judge Joseph Force Crater in 1930. In New York City, more than in any other American cities, there was a before and after October 1929. The city was the epicenter of American finance, and the cascade of bank failures and bankruptcies of other businesses that followed the 1929 crash hit hard. The 1920s and 30s were also times of intense corruption, of ties between politicians, judges, and organized crime. It is common to hear about corruption in modern politics, and that's a legitimate concern. I'm not saying that it is acceptable, but looking at the pre-World War II situation really puts things into perspective. The 20s and 30s were a time when transparency was minimal, and at every level of civic life, shady things took place. Even though the disappearance of Joseph Crater is mysterious, it clearly looks tied to this background of corruption. Here are the facts. On August 6, 1930, a relatively young and recent judge on the New York Supreme Court vanished. He occupied, obviously, the most prestigious possible position for a judge at the state level, and he had been appointed there by the then governor of New York, Franklin D. Roosevelt, the future president. Crater was 41 and was last seen leaving a restaurant where he had been dining with his mistress, a showgirl. That sounds very cliché, but that's true. The investigators realized later that earlier that day he had engaged in unusual behavior. He had withdrawn more than $5,000 from 2 bank accounts, which is a hefty sum to be carried in cash, about $90,000 of today. He had also sold some investments and been removing files from his office, reportedly destroying some documents. Outside the restaurant, he told his companions he was heading to a Broadway show. He hailed a taxi and was never seen again. Crater was born in 1889 in Pennsylvania and had risen quickly through New York's legal and political ranks, being an ambitious lawyer with a successful practice he had created. He got married in 1917, aged 28, but he was also known to be a womanizer, with various affairs with showgirls and political connections to a political organization called Tammany Hall. Tammany Hall, officially the Society of Tammany, was a local organization of the Democratic Party in New York City. It dominated local politics and was known to be able to influence judicial appointments and decisions. It is most probably to these connections that he owed his appointment as a state supreme judge. His disappearance was reported, but nearly 3 weeks later. It had been noticed, obviously, the week after, when he failed to appear in court, but possibly to avoid a scandal. His wife and his politician friends delayed reporting. Of course, his activity with the withdrawal of money, the sale of investments, and the destruction of files immediately raised suspicions. This suggests that he was either preparing to flee or had sensitive materials to handle, such as blackmail or payment of a bribe. Still, judges on the Supreme Court are not supposed to go missing without an explanation, and the New York Police Department launched a massive search, interviewing hundreds and following leads across the U.S. and even abroad. As soon as the story broke, a media frenzy began, because it was juicy, of course. A judge, a mistress, serious suspicions of corruption. That was fascinating and seemed to validate everything everyone suspected. Yet, despite all the media interest and these efforts of the police, who may be an illusion of efforts because perhaps powerful people in New York were happy with the investigation going nowhere, nothing significant was found. No murder weapon, no body, no trace of the taxi, no evidence whatsoever. The following year, Crater was declared dead so his wife could access his estate. The case remained open, though, but nothing substantial ever surfaced, despite occasional new leads throughout the 1930s. He was allegedly sighted in various places: Virginia, California, Canada, or even in Europe. All of these sightings remained unverified, and that's what makes this disappearance mysterious. The shadiness of the story is obvious given his connections and behavior, but it's all blurry and non-conclusive. Open questions include he fled or was killed. The withdrawal of funds and document destruction suggest he may have planned to escape, possibly from personal troubles or a political or judiciary scandal having to do with Tammany Hall. But his knowledge and position could also have made him a target for assassination by mobsters or political operatives. Where did he go after the taxi? He was not found by the investigation having boarded a train or ship, even though he could have done it under another name. And also, why did the investigation turn out to be so ineffective? It is rare to pour that much work and come up with nothing, which always raised suspicion that the investigation was undermined by politicians or the judiciary, or both. And this mystery persists today. It seems that if Crater was killed, his murderers got away with it, or if he fled, he did it successfully and went on to live somewhere else anonymously. In any case, his disappearance captivated New Yorkers at the time and became a symbol of the city's corruption and intrigue. For some time, pulling a crater became slang for vanishing suddenly. But the case also probably helped reduce corruption and shady ties between politics, judiciary, and law enforcement authorities. A commission in the 1930s exposed vulnerabilities in the judicial system and the illegitimate grip of Tammany Hall on it, which weakened this political machine and ultimately led to its demise in the 1930s and 40s. After more than 300 years of urbanization, New York City has seen dramatic changes at the surface. But like other large cities, there is a lot more there than what meets the eye. A lot more underground. In particular, sewers, tunnels for trains, subways, cars, even rumored tunnels for cattle. The cow tunnels that are not clearly identified but are rumored to have served in the 19th and 20th centuries to transport cows to the meat-packing district where slaughterhouses and meat processing facilities were located. And there are more underground networks, water pipes, electricity, and even an old and somewhat forgotten pneumatic tube mail system. What was that? In the 19th century, and even more in the 20th century, the Postal Service was critical to New York's commercial dominance. Millions of letters and packages had to be handled every day for residents, of course, but also businesses. Wall Street financial institutions, publishers in Midtown, everywhere. So all these packages and mail had to be moved around quickly and efficiently. And the technological answer to this was a pneumatic tube mail system, a kind of system that has become obsolete nowadays. But you may remember in the 1980s or 1990s, there were still businesses or administrations that used that kind of system for their internal mail. New York City had a large tube mail system of that kind. It transported mail at speeds up to 35 miles per hour between post offices in Manhattan and Brooklyn. Mail and parcels were put inside canisters, cylindrical canisters, that traveled through steel tubes propelled by air compression. Even emergency supplies could be sent that way, which was very convenient when surface traffic would have made it much slower. When in use, this mail system spanned 27 miles and connected 23 stations. 27 miles was obviously not enough to cover all of the boroughs of New York City, just the densest parts, and it handled a third of the city's mail, almost 100,000 letters per day at its peak. In 1953, the system had become obsolete and was decommissioned. Its maintenance was difficult and increasingly expensive after more than 50 years of intense service. As more and more trucks hit the roads, this old transportation system just couldn't keep up and started losing its importance compared to when it first started. So the tubes, the tunnels, were sealed and sometimes repurposed, but the majority remained abandoned. And that's a characteristic of urbanization we rarely think about. When systems become obsolete, they are generally not entirely repurposed or destroyed. They are abandoned and forgotten, which leaves layers upon layers of remains, from antique sewers to catacombs in Roman cities, to abandoned tunnels or crypts in medieval cities, or gas, electricity, train galleries in modern cities. Urban areas produce layer upon layer of forgotten underground networks. But even though they are no longer in use, they keep existing. Hundreds of thousands of people every day walk in Manhattan above these old and now useless steel tubes that only 120 years ago were constantly crossed by canisters traveling faster than cars, thanks to elaborate steam-powered compressors. Urban legends of the time suggest the tubes were used for other things too, such as safely moving around alcohol during Prohibition. This is unproven, but not impossible, because the system was designed to be hard to tamper with. The tubes are strong. Canisters could only be accessed in stations, so it would have been the perfect way to send a few bottles around Manhattan and Brooklyn. The old system is just one of many forgotten or decommissioned things under Manhattan. Another one, which is stunningly beautiful, is a decommissioned subway station, the City Hall subway station, located beneath City Hall Park. It was the inaugural station of New York's subway system. The concept of subways originated in the 19th century, and the first one ever inaugurated in 1863 was in London, the Tube. In 1900, Paris inaugurated its subway. In 1904, New York City. The City Hall station was intended as a spectacular showpiece. It was decorated in a Romanesque revival style, which is to say a kind of medieval architectural style, but not Gothic. Rather, the style of the 11th century, and before that was closer to Roman architecture. but reinvented for the late 19th century with colorful tiles and brass chandeliers, and it was used for 40 years, until 1945, when it was closed to passengers because it could not be modernized. The station was too short and too curved to accommodate longer trains, and also, despite its visual appeal, it had low ridership, so it was not considered absolutely necessary. The station is no secret. It remains occasionally accessible through guided tours, but it hasn't served passengers since December 1945. Its entrances were covered, but contrary to other abandoned subway stations, because there are others, it was preserved for its aesthetic and historical significance. But there are many other underground buried structures, tunnels for trains, and subways that were completely forgotten just to be rediscovered decades later. Their abandonment and fall into oblivion, coming from the growth of New York City, its changes into urbanism plans, and sometimes a multiplicity of factors, private and public, that meant archives could be dispersed and lost. There were also financial difficulties at times, like in the 1970s. This is not an exhaustive list, but rediscovered structures include, for example, an abandoned railroad tunnel, the Atlantic Avenue Tunnel in Brooklyn. It was constructed in 1844, one of these railroads from the early boom of American railroads, and it served to connect downtown Brooklyn to main rail lines. The tunnel was sealed only 17 years later, in 1861, due to safety concerns, and it remained apparently forgotten for more than a century, until it was rediscovered by an engineering student in 1980. Behind the sealed brick wall, he found a tunnel that maybe no one had entered for 120 years. Even though millions of people walked above it every year. None of this is proven, but again, legends and rumors quickly appeared stating that the tunnel was used during Prohibition to store alcohol and other gang-related stuff. Yet another example. You know Grand Central Terminal, a large train and subway commuter terminal that connects different subway lines and train lines. The station opened in 1913, and the building itself is big, but not as impressive as the vast underground network of tracks, platforms, and utility spaces under it. Most of the station is actually underground, and this part is so vast that in the 1990s, hidden chambers beneath the terminal were rediscovered. Some were sealed off areas that had apparently not been visited since the 1930s. Part of this underground facility, buried 10 stories underground, is named M42. It is said to have been used to house secret wartime equipment, maybe sometime between 1941 and 1945. During the Second World War, this area was allegedly a high-security site, with rumors that a secret presidential rail car was kept here for President Roosevelt. As of today, this is off-limits to the public. Yet another example of these forgotten subterranean structures is Water Tunnel Number 1, an aqueduct 18 miles long, completed in 1917, that delivers water from the Catskills to Manhattan and Brooklyn. The Catskill Mountains are low mountains, a subrange of the Appalachian Mountains in the southeastern part of New York State. So this old aqueduct includes massive underground vaults and valve chambers under Manhattan, some as large as subway stations, designed to regulate water flow. The aqueduct in general was not forgotten, of course. It has been in use since its construction, but in the 1980s, workers rediscovered underground chambers near the Brooklyn Bridge and in Midtown that had apparently been closed and forgotten since the early years of work in the 1920s. They contained old tools of the early 20th century and original graffiti. No one had apparently set foot inside for more than 60 years. These chambers, too, are inaccessible to the public. There are various other examples of these forgotten and rediscovered structures found during maintenance, or when the foundation of towers are laid, or when old plans are found in forgotten archives, just to name a few. Subway tunnels from the 1970s for a Second Avenue subway that had been dug but never exploited due to a big financial crisis in 1975. They were sealed and rediscovered when the project was revived in 2007. Another example is a tunnel belonging to an older aqueduct, the old Croton Aqueduct, completed in 1842 but decommissioned in 1955. In the 1990s, urban explorers and historians rediscovered segments of it under the Upper West Side and Harlem. In fact, visitors and even inhabitants of the different boroughs of New York City have their eyes set on the surface with all its activity. Buildings, offices, restaurants, stores, parks, whatever. But they tend to forget that another hidden, mysterious city sits under their feet, made of many different networks, some still in activity and vital to the city, and others much older, and sometimes completely forgotten. This is also what makes the soul of a city. To begin with, I'm going to tell you about these mysteries called crystal skulls. During the 19th century, interest in ancient civilizations of the world grew exponentially in Europe and America. This interest extended beyond familiar Mediterranean and Middle Eastern cultures from Egypt, Mesopotamia, Greece, and Rome to more mysterious or exotic cultures from faraway regions of the world, including East and South Asia, Africa, and America. There was scientific interest from archaeologists and historians, backed by universities and museums trying to grow their collections, and also private interest came from amateurs, travelers, and collectors. The thrill of discovering ancient artifacts and secrets in tombs lost in ruins, covered by jungle or desert sand, was exciting. It didn't take long before it turned into a business. While this trade wasn't entirely new, The trafficking or procurement of Egyptian mummies or supposed Christian relics was something that had existed since the Middle Ages. It took on a whole new dimension, often with sad consequences. Many sites were literally looted before they could be studied, stripped of their statues and any artifacts that could interest museums or collectors. These objects were purchased or stolen, then shipped, sometimes smuggled, to Western Europe or America, where they ended up in many public and private collections. Antique dealers specialized in this business and provided wealthy collectors with these evocative or mysterious artifacts. It was in this context that small crystal skulls, purportedly from Mesoamerica and attributed to Aztec or Maya civilizations, appeared on the market. These artifacts were very different from known pre-Columbian, Aztec, and Maya artifacts. While various objects from these civilizations were already well known, from ceramics to masks and jewelry, crystal sculptures like these were unprecedented. Maybe several dealers may have offered them, but the most prominent was a French antiquarian specialized in Mesoamerican antiques, Eugène Bobin. He was regarded as an authority in the field because he had spent many years in Mexico and spoke fluent Spanish and Nahuatl, the language of the Aztecs that was and still is spoken in central Mexico. He had provided many authentic pre-Columbian antiques and was part of a scientific commission too, which made him a credible and well-established antiquarian. In 1870, at age 37, he opened a shop in Paris and managed this business between Mexico and France for 3 decades. Among other objects, he occasionally offered these crystal skulls. While the exact number he sold is unknown, but several that are now in museums have been traced back to him. For example, one such skull is now at the British Museum in London. This particular skull appeared in Bobin's shop in 1881. He attempted to sell it as an Aztec artifact to Mexico's National Museum, but the offer was rejected. He then turned to New York City, where he sold it to an American entrepreneur. After changing hands, the skull ended up in an auction where it was purchased by Tiffany & Co., the jewelry house. Tiffany subsequently sold it to the British Museum in 1897. 3 other skulls were sold to a French ethnographer, who donated them to the Museum of Man in Paris, an ethnography museum. These skulls were not very famous at the time. They were known essentially in a small circle of archaeologists, antiquarians, collectors, and museum personnel. They raised a question, a mystery, and this is why they can be associated with the group of out-of-place artifacts. They were very different from other Aztec or Maya artifacts because no other carved crystals like these were known, and because of their precision and craftsmanship. They were made of quartz, and that type of quartz is not easy to work with or carve. It requires precision metal tools, even using diamonds to overcome the hardness of quartz without breaking it. Their polishing was also technically complicated, and this puts the skulls apart from other pre-Columbian creations. The technical complexity and craftsmanship were hard to reconcile with other objects produced by these cultures and with what was known of their technical advancement. If real, these skulls would have forced the scientific community to reconsider the technical advancement of pre-Columbian craftsmen or discover unknown techniques that could have given this result with the tools known in the region centuries ago. In short, the existence of these skulls was a real mystery, and this could be why in the early 20th century, as they were now exhibited in major museums, the skulls began to rise to fame. First, because of the interest of occultists who started to claim that they could produce a variety of miracles, from curing diseases to killing people at a distance. The adoption of crystal skulls by paranormal enthusiasts was boosted by the emergence of another skull, probably the most famous of them all, the so-called Mitchell-Hedges skull. It was named after Frederick Albert Mitchell Hedges, a British author and adventurer. From the 1940s, Mitchell Hedges, and even more so his daughter, Anna, began claiming they had discovered a crystal skull inside a temple during their 1920s exploration in Belize, then British Honduras. According to their account, the skull had been buried under a collapsed altar. The skull, which they owned and displayed, was very similar to the one kept at the British Museum. The story was reminiscent of Indiana Jones, a complex artifact found in the crumbling ruins of a lost temple in the Central American jungle. Exciting. Anna continued making claims about the skull's supposed powers for several decades after her father's death. Among these claims was an account from local Maya descendants who allegedly told her that ancient high priests, thousands of years ago, used the skull to bring death upon people. For this reason, the artifact became known as the Skull of Doom. Anna Mitchell Hedges maintained this narrative until her death in 2007. She arguably exploited the story, touring with the skull and exhibiting it on a pay-per-view basis. She gave interviews and occasionally added new details to her account. But was there any truth to it? No. And we know it first because the skull was not found in 1924 in Belize, as Mitchell Hedges and his daughter had claimed for so long. The skull had been bought at an auction in London in 1943, 19 years later after its alleged discovery date. This is established because Mitchell Hedges wrote about this purchase in his letters at the time, and the records of the sale were found at Sotheby's, the auction house. Second, because the skull is not ancient either. Its examination with microscopes revealed that its surface had been worked with a high-speed hard metal rotary tool, coated with a hard abrasive such as diamond, which happened to be exactly what a 20th century crystal cutter or carver would use. For this reason, the skull was dated to the 1930s. It would have been brand new when it was purchased in 1943. And given its similarities with the British Museum's skull, it is believed to be a copy. Something relatively easy to do because the British Museum skull had been continuously exhibited since 1898, so anyone could see it. It is unknown whether they invented this tale about the crystal skull for attention, maybe for money, or for fun, maybe a bit of all, and also whether Anna ended up believing it or not. In any case, she hung on to her story until her death. But evidence that it was a hoax is overwhelming. Now, if this skull was a modern forgery, what about the other ones? Since the 1960s, the other known skulls at the London and Paris museums have been studied with precision microscopes to examine how they were carved. Experts have analyzed the quartz they were made of to know where it could have come from. Quartz is not perfectly pure. There are micro-inclusions of other materials that can help determine where it might have been extracted. In this case, the analysis of this particular type of quartz indicates it most probably came from either Madagascar or Brazil. That is to say, thousands of miles away from Central America. As it happens, European workshops in the 19th century crafted objects with Brazilian quartz, especially workshops in Germany. These objects were made with the modern tools of the time, of the mid-19th century. When compared with other quartz objects made in Germany at the time, the skulls from Paris and London appear strangely identical to them in terms of techniques and the tools that probably served to make them. This is why it is now believed that the skulls that surfaced in the 19th century were made in Germany with Brazilian quartz, possibly in limited series for Eugène Vauban, this antiquarian who regularly discovered one. If this is true, the explanation is basically that Vauban scammed wealthy clients with artifacts that he secretly ordered or bought in Germany. In any case, the skulls are not ancient, and the most recent one, the Smithsonian skull, appeared only 30 years ago, in 1992. A box was mailed anonymously to the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C., and this box contained another crystal skull, a bigger one. While the Paris and London skulls are only a few inches high, this one is 15 inches high and weighs 31 pounds, 14 kilograms. The anonymous donor claimed that it was an Aztec object. By the way, Aztec and Maya, which are the two cultures these different skulls were attributed to, were quite far apart geographically and in time. They were part of the same broad civilizational or area in Mesoamerica, but the cradle of Maya culture was in the south of Mexico and Central America, whereas the Aztecs emerged in central Mexico to the north and became a powerful empire shortly before the Spanish conquest, centuries after large Maya cities had declined. So these are really distinct cultures. This other skull, the one from 1992, that is now part of the Smithsonian collection, was also examined. It was established that it had been carved using carborundum, a modern abrasive that was not available to jewelers and gem cutters before the mid-20th century. This skull is modern and is exhibited as such by the Smithsonian as a curiosity and not an ancient artifact. Even though all the known skulls were debunked one after another in the past few decades, their fame had already been established in the paranormal and entertainment world. But there is no known trace of such skulls in the mythology and religious practices of Native American peoples. All these claims were made by outsiders from different movements like the New Age movement or the so-called neo-shamanic movements, which refers to shamanism practiced by people with a Western cultural background. These are contemporary forms of spirituality that appeared in the 20th century. And when it comes to the skulls, it seems these claims took a lot of inspiration from the anecdotes invented by Hannah Mitchell Hedges. We don't know how many crystal skulls were made and sold. Some authors close to or part of the New Age movement spoke of 13 skulls and often claimed that these were relics of ancient Atlantis. But the ones that have been identified are the ones in London at the British Museum, in Paris at the Museum of Man, and in Washington at the Smithsonian. We also know that there is another one in the U.S., the Mitchell Hedges skull, that Anna Mitchell Hedges left to her surviving husband. Apart from these, there could be others whose sale was not detected or recorded, and that remain in private collections or lie forgotten in attics or basements. They may not be ancient artifacts, but they certainly have a history of their own at this point. I am going to tell you about other artifacts that are actually ancient. But to conclude with hoaxes or artifacts that have been labeled as out of place, based on dubious dating or understanding, these hoaxes certainly constitute the majority of cases, sometimes because they were modern forgeries, not necessarily to scam people, as they could have been pranks too. One such prank that had its 15 minutes of fame about 10 years ago was called the Babylonokia, a clay tablet created as an artwork in 2012 that looked like a mobile phone. It resembled a Babylonian tablet, but with a keyboard and a screen, with the brand name Nokia added to it. This was intended as a joke or curiosity, but when a photo of it circulated online, a few proponents or fans of alternate archaeology or fringe science took the bait and started to claim it was a centuries-old archaeological find. There were clickbait articles about it, but obviously it was too implausible and not credible enough, so it died down quickly. This kind of viral prank or forgery is not limited to the recent past. Another example is the Acambaro Figures. Thousands of small ceramic figurines discovered in the 1940s in the Mexican city of Acambaro. These figurines represented people, animals, and creatures that strongly resembled dinosaurs. They were obviously man-made, and it was claimed that they were several thousand years old. You can imagine the implications. If true, they would have been made long before the existence of modern paleontology and the first recreations of dinosaur bodies. A huge thunderbolt for many scientific disciplines if this was true, as it would have suggested that humans and dinosaurs coexisted when they were thought to be millions of years apart. Beyond paleontology and Earth's history, Some figurines were also claimed to represent ancient Egyptians, Sumerians, and bearded Caucasians from the Old World, supposedly made thousands of years ago in America. The entire timeline of human migrations would have been challenged. The story was picked up by some, particularly young Earth creationists, people who believe Earth was created a few thousand years ago, based on their interpretation of the Book of Genesis. Some of them reject the existence of dinosaurs, claiming they are an invention. But the majority accepts dinosaurs and argues that they had to coexist with mankind. This puts them at odds with mainstream science and history, from geology and paleontology to astronomy and biology. So proof that all these disciplines might be wrong, and that the history of Earth was thousands of times shorter than claimed, was a windfall for them. What if these figurines were that proof? But when the figurines were dated, it appeared that they had been fired very recently, in the 1930s or 1940s. In other words, they were brand new and had most probably been made by local farmers. There was demand to satisfy from fringe scientists and young Earth creationists who wanted to acquire them, so they kept producing more figurines, making more than 30,000 in total. But everything was fake, and this hoax was exposed in the 1970s. It is now mostly forgotten. Before discussing more serious cases, here is one final example of a hoax or forgery, and it's a good one. The Michigan Relics. These were a series of alleged archaeological finds in Michigan at the turn of the 20th century. If authentic, these could have been absolutely groundbreaking, because they would have indicated contact in ancient times between America and one or more ancient Near Eastern cultures. There were coins, boxes, and cuneiform tablets, that is to say, clay tablets with cuneiform writing, the writing of ancient Mesopotamia. Some tablets even depicted biblical scenes, including Moses handing out the tablets of the Ten Commandments. What if the lost tribes of Israel had traveled to Michigan? We put this in the context of the late 19th century. Most scholars would have been very skeptical of these facts at the time, and they were indeed. But the timeline of mankind's history was still being revised regularly. The dating of objects using geological or archaeological layers where they were found was still quite imprecise, and there were no dating methods, such as radiocarbon. This was also a time when there was a frenzy to unearth ancient artifacts in America. Not only artifacts, but dinosaur bones were also actively searched for. In any case, several scholars went to examine and assess the relics that were provided in large quantities with regular finds by two men, James Scottford and Daniel Soper. Most of these scholars quickly concluded that these were forgeries, and not very good ones. Based on several observations, the cuneiform characters were indeed similar to Mesopotamian writing, but they were put in random order and made no sense. They also noted that the surface of many objects was perfectly smooth, indicating that they had been dried on a board that had been mechanically sawed. The first mechanical sawing machines appeared in the 19th century. They were not known in antiquity. Finally, they observed that the objects quickly disintegrated in water, so they could not have possibly been buried in the ground. They would have disappeared long before they were found. Despite the skepticism of the scientific community that never took these relics seriously, these Michigan relics had success with collectors and also some members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Mormons. These Michigan relics echoed a story from one of the foundational sacred books of the Church, the Book of Mormon. It stated that an extinct society had lived on the American continent long before Europeans arrived, a Judeo-Christian society that knew and adhered to the Bible. So these discoveries were perfect to support the belief that this society existed, perhaps a bit too perfect, and it might have been that story from the Book of Mormon that inspired the forgery. Not all Mormons believed these artifacts were authentic. They had their doubts. But enough bought into the story and began to buy hundreds of them and collect them. Scotford and Supper kept uncovering objects, in reality making them, for 2 decades. In 1907, for example, they were reported to be selling copper crowns that had supposedly found on the heads of prehistoric kings. And even more impressively, they were selling copies of Noah's diary. The same Noah from the biblical flood and the ark. And they found believers who paid for this. Their fraud eventually died down after their deaths in the 1920s, and the Michigan relics were slowly forgotten. The Mormon Church kept hundreds of them in their Salt Lake City Museum until 2003, when they were donated to the Michigan History Museum in Lansing, where they are now kept. Many more artifacts were fabricated, possibly thousands, over a period of more than 20 years. So these were examples of fraud, and I intentionally started with them. There are many more. To illustrate how one should be cautious when spectacular claims of discoveries or alternative theories are made in the fields of archaeology and history. Frauds and outlandish claims for attention or money are not rare occurrences. They abound. There were groundbreaking discoveries in the history of sciences, and as a principle, every theory should always be questioned. We really have to keep an open mind, but any claim that ignores inconvenient proof or is presented with conspiracy undertones, as if there was some sort of big archaeology out there working to hide the truth, should always be considered with extra caution. We still have different artifacts to examine, and these ones are genuinely old and raise interesting questions. First, let's talk about the Shroud of Turin. In 1578, 450 years ago, one of the most venerated relics of Christendom was transported to Turin, Italy, from Chambéry, which is now in France. At the time, both cities were part of the Duchy of Savoy. This relic was a large rectangular linen cloth, believed to be the shroud of Jesus of Nazareth, crucified, buried, and resurrected. On the shroud appeared the faint image of a man's body with a beard and shoulder-length hair, The man is rather muscular and tall. Various modern experts have measured him as being between 1.7 to 1.88 meters, 5 feet 7 to 6 feet 2 inches. An unusual but not extraordinary height for antique or medieval times. Reddish-brown stains are found on the cloth, around the forehead, the hands, and the feet, correlating with the wounds in the biblical description of the crucifixion of Jesus. In addition to the crucifixion itself, the Bible states that Jesus wore a crown of thorns. 46 years before its transportation to Turin, the cloth had been damaged by fire in the chapel where it was kept, in Chambéry. While it didn't burn completely, molten silver fell on it while it was folded, burning through it and leaving holes and darker traces. In the years following the fire, nuns repaired the cloth with various triangular patches that were sewn onto it and remain in place today. But the known record of this cloth predates the 16th century. In the 15th century, at the end of the Middle Ages, the piece was given to the House of Savoy. Its location prior to this is uncertain. Records from the 13th and 14th centuries across Europe actually mention various places where a shroud of Jesus Christ was kept and venerated. While this may sound absurd, it was not unusual in the Middle Ages. Many relics that should have been unique, such as pieces of the true cross or remains of apostles, were claimed to be in different locations. The origin of these relics was often dubious. They were acquired and offered to churches and cathedrals, sometimes brought back from the Holy Land during the Crusades. But there were gaps of several centuries where traces of these objects were non-existent, especially for relics related to the time of Jesus. It is likely that most of them were fabrications. Nevertheless, if a relic was considered credible enough, it could command high prices, even if it was just a tooth or a bone from a saint. The church was aware that people were producing and forging relics. They severely condemned the fabrication of fake relics. However, in its doctrine, relics were not seen as central to the faith. If relics could galvanize people's faith and help them pray by providing something more tangible or material to hold on to, and if they drew people to actively belong to the church, they were not considered harmful, and so their veneration was not particularly encouraged, but was tolerated and respected. The burial shroud of Jesus was no exception. There were various reports of it in different locations. Just to name a few, for example, the Byzantine emperors possessed one, but its trace was lost in 1204 during the sack of Constantinople during the Crusades. Another shroud appeared in a French village in the mid-14th century. We don't know what happened to the Constantinople shroud. While it might have traveled and ended up in Turin, this seems unlikely given the radiocarbon dating I will tell you about in a minute, which suggests the Turin shroud was made after the sack of Constantinople, if we accept the results of this dating. Though we don't know the history of this particular artifact before the 15th century, its history since then is well documented. A chapel was built for it in the 17th century. and it was regularly put on public display. It was first photographed in 1898, which is when it truly rose to fame among Catholic relics. Because in its original colors it showed a rather faint image of the body and face, but the negative image obtained by the photographer, appearing on a black rather than white yellowish background, was much more defined and visually striking. This led devotion to the Turin shroud to reach new heights. Nevertheless, its authenticity was always questioned, including by the Catholic Church, which never confirmed nor denied that it was the genuine burial cloth of Jesus. The authenticity of the shroud was questioned based on the Gospels. The Gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke state that Jesus' body was wrapped in a single piece of linen cloth, which appears consistent. However, the Gospel of John mentions that strips of linen were used instead. According to John's version, there would not have been a shroud of Jesus in a single piece. Scientific investigation truly began in the 20th century. In 1978, pigments were taken from the shroud and examined under microscopes. The team of investigators concluded that the image was a painting. The pigments that gave the reddish color were red ochre, which would have been applied in a kind of gelatinous medium. As it happens, this technique was known and used by some painters in the 14th century. And they also found vermilion, another pigment used to highlight the alleged bloodstains, but they didn't find any trace of actual blood in the samples taken from the shroud. So, in the 1980s, the theory that it could be a medieval painting gained traction. In 1988, radiocarbon dating was permitted, and additional samples were taken from the cloth. This analysis concluded that the shroud material dated from the 13th or 14th century, still old, but much too recent to have been associated with Jesus. This analysis was contested with sensible arguments. What if there had been medieval repairs to the shroud, and the samples had been taken from them instead of the original fabric? Or what if the results of the radiocarbon dating had been contaminated by carbon monoxide, since it was established that the cloth had been exposed to fire at least once? These arguments were refuted convincingly, but with the progress of radiocarbon dating since the 1980s, the results were questioned somewhat. The consensus today is that the stated date range should be extended by almost a century to be truly confident in their results. But the cloth would still be more than 1,000 years too recent to be authentic. Other approaches included examining the weaving of the fabric. The linen cloth has been a so-called herringbone weave, which means it has a distinctive V-shaped weaving pattern. This again tends to dismiss its authenticity, because this kind of weaving was absent from all known fabrics from Palestine at the time of Jesus. Yet, other approaches were tried, like anatomical analysis, attempting to determine whether the body proportions were realistic. While they seem visually accurate, and even if it is a painting, a real body could have been used as a model, possibly covered in pigments and wrapped in the cloth for a quick result. But various experts have argued that some proportions were incorrect. The arms would be too long, with a marked difference in length between them, and the forehead on the shroud would be too small. And yet another problem, a serious one, is that this image of a human body is not consistent with what you would get from wrapping a real body or statue in cloth. You would expect much more distortion of the proportions, whereas this image looks more like a photograph transferred to fabric. This raises the unsolved question of how it was made. It looks plausible, but complicated. Complicated because to be credible, the cloth already had to look old when it arrived in Savoy in the 15th century. It could have been artificially aged by exposing it to sun and dust, but that would take time and require planning. We also don't know how the image was created. It could have been painted directly, which would explain the proportion issues of the body, although the technique employed could be consistent with methods from the 13th and 14th centuries, including the pigments known at the time and the use of collagen to create this gelatinous medium to paint on. It would still have required a master painter to achieve such a result. Another hypothesis suggests a form of medieval photography where a body was exposed to sunlight for an extended period, with its reflection passing through a lens and projecting onto the cloth. This process would have potentially allowed for the slow replication of the image onto the fabric. Although the various techniques and equipment needed would have been theoretically available in the Middle Ages, this possibility is considered highly improbable. There would be no other known examples of such a process during the Middle Ages, which is puzzling because if it had worked, it would certainly have been utilized more than once. Another hypothesis involves the possibility of transferring prints from a person covered in pigments, but doing so in small sections at a time to avoid the previously mentioned distortions. The process could have involved printing the nose, forehead, eyes, and other features progressively to recreate the complete image on the cloth. Alternatively, it could have been accomplished by wrapping the cloth around a bas-relief, not a real three-dimensional body, but rather a board carved on both sides with a two-dimensional sculpture of a man. This method could have produced the results visible on the cloth. So as you see, while the Shroud of Turin may indeed be a forgery, but at least it is an extremely well-conceived and well-executed one. It is so sophisticated that to this day, various plausible hypotheses exist, yet we still don't know precisely how it was created during the Middle Ages. Our next story is about a technical curiosity, a pillar made of iron 1600 years ago that apparently doesn't rust despite centuries of exposure to moisture. It was made in India under Emperor Chandragupta II, who reigned at the turn of the 4th century AD. It is relatively high for an antique metal structure. It stands at more than 7 meters high, which is 23 feet, with a diameter of 41 centimeters, 16 inches. The pillar is made of almost pure iron at more than 99%. This is nice, but nothing extraordinary for iron metallurgy. At this point, iron metallurgy was well established across the ancient world, and many iron objects were made in India, including centuries earlier than that. What is more intriguing is that the pillar seems to be protected against rust. Apart from traces of rust near its base, it has remained intact since its creation. It is believed that this was first erected somewhere before being moved to its current location in Delhi in the 11th century. For a long time, this resistance to rust was really puzzling, because rust-resistant steel or protective coatings on iron, which make it impervious to rust, are inventions of modern times. How could an iron pillar from the 4th or 5th century be rust-proof? And did it mean the metallurgy of ancient Indians was far more advanced than previously thought? This mystery made the Iron Pillar of Delhi an out-of-place artifact. Its existence seemed to suggest a level of technological advancement incompatible with the generally accepted timeline. So by the mid-20th century, the pillar was sometimes mentioned in fringe science circles as proof of extraterrestrial visitation, or evidence that an unknown ancient civilization would have had an advanced technological level. But further investigation provided a scientific explanation for the phenomenon, which has to do with the particular metal composition of the pillar. Even though the pillar is mostly iron, it also contains phosphorus coming from charcoal mixed with iron ore in the fabrication process. Typically, this phosphorus is considered an impurity, and in modern blast furnaces, there is much less of it because coal is used rather than charcoal, and phosphorus is evacuated, so it is absent from the finished product. But in the Pillar of Delhi, however, the concentration of phosphorus approaches 1%. And when the pillar was left exposed to atmospheric conditions, phosphorus acted as a catalyst for several chemical reactions with oxygen and hydrogen. This created a very thin protective layer on it, extremely thin, less than a millimeter thick. However, this layer isolated the iron inside the pillar, making it rust-proof or rust-resistant. The pillar did not have this property immediately when it was cast. After a few years, this protective coating appeared and made it naturally resistant to rust. So this pillar was once considered mysterious due to a lack of understanding of natural mechanisms. Since the explanation has been discovered, it is no longer considered unexplainable. So, for one last one for the road, but not the least, let me tell you about the Antikythera Mechanism. This mystery began in 1901, when the wreck of an ancient Roman cargo ship was discovered and explored near the Greek island of Antikythera. The wreck had remained at a depth of 45 meters, 150 feet, underwater for more than 2,000 years. They found considerable treasures, archaeological treasures, including bronze and marble statues. There was also glassware, jewelry, and coins. They also discovered a strange mass of corroded bronze and wood that initially did not draw much attention, because the other finds appeared more significant and interesting. Further examination revealed that a gear wheel was embedded in the object, suggesting it was some kind of mechanism. A Greek archaeologist hypothesized that it could be an astronomical clock, but most scholars considered that this was unthinkable, that the Romans or the Greeks from antiquity had created such a complex machine. So the hypothesis was not taken seriously, with some suggesting it was an artifact dropped into the sea centuries after the shipwreck. For several decades, the remains were largely ignored. They were kept together with other pieces found around the wreck and were stored with it. They attracted little interest until the second half of the 20th century. This collection of pieces, which resembled gears and metal scraps, was studied more carefully. When examined with microscopes and X-rays, it appeared that they indeed formed an ancient machine. By this point, the initial encrusted piece had fractured into smaller components through time and handling, revealing that this mass consisted of many parts: tooth wheels, spirals, and pieces with inscriptions showing the moon, calendar inscriptions in Greek, zodiac inscriptions. These components could only have belonged to a machine, a mechanism, and the inscriptions indicated this mechanism appeared to be related to astronomy. Other remains indicated that the device was contained inside a wooden box. Bit by bit, with many fragments still missing, the function of this machine was discovered. It was used to predict astronomical positions and eclipses, condensing much of the knowledge ancient Greeks had acquired about celestial cycles. Cycles of the planets they knew: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Saturn, and Jupiter, as well as the moon, including their slightly irregular orbits that these bodies have. The complexity of the mechanism suggests it could predict astronomical positions of these bodies decades in advance, while not matching modern accuracy. It is believed that a level of precision that wouldn't be seen again until the late Middle Ages and Renaissance, 1500 years later. While it wasn't surprising that ancient Greeks possessed such theoretical astronomical knowledge, this was already known, but their ability to implement precise engineering and workmanship this required was unprecedented. This machine basically worked as an analog computer, which is to say, one that uses physical phenomenon like the regular oscillation of something, of the movement of gears to model, calculate, solve other physical phenomena. Digital computers that we abundantly use nowadays do not work like this. They represent quantities symbolically with numbers, and they use digital signals, whereas analog systems replace one physical phenomenon with another one to be able to anticipate the first phenomenon. To give you an example, a mechanical watch with continuously rotating gears that indicate seconds, minutes, and hours is an analog computer, as the gear rotation models and follows on its own the passing of time. Such analog computers were among the first computing machines ever built. However, it was previously known that the Greeks had created one or more, likely several ones, because the complexity of the Antikythera mechanism suggests it wasn't the first of its kind. Simpler predecessors likely existed and evolved into this particular machine, though no evidence of them has been found. The dating of the Antikythera mechanism remains somewhat uncertain. It could have been made as early as 200 BC, as Hellenistic scientists of this period had just developed the necessary knowledge, particularly regarding the slightly irregular cycles of the moon. The shipwreck was dated to approximately 70 to 60 BC, providing a time window of 130 to 140 years, during which the machine could have been built between 200 BC and 60 to 70 BC. This period coincided with the expansion of the Roman Republic, both politically and commercially. Although the ship was found near a Greek island, it was Roman, indicating the rising Roman domination around the Mediterranean. During this time, Hellenistic culture, which is to say Greek culture in and out of Greece, after the expansion of Alexander the Great's empire, was highly influential in the Mediterranean and Middle East, being at the forefront of scientific discoveries and the creation of libraries. While this machine may not have changed the course of history, as far as we know it, it remains the most advanced computing mechanism produced in antiquity worldwide. No evidence of further developments has been found, and although it may not have been unique, it remains exceptional. While there was no computing science in antiquity, the device certainly brought renewed appreciation for the ingenuity of ancient astronomers, mathematicians, and engineers. After this technological know-how was lost, possibly before the end of antiquity, maybe because there was not enough interest in these machines, and they were often seen as curiosities. But after that, it took about 1,500 years for astronomical clocks to emerge until the late Middle Ages in the 14th and 15th centuries. I took the example of mechanical watches to explain what an analog computer is, but large mechanical clocks also appeared in the Middle Ages, but their miniaturized versions, watches, remained rare and imprecise until the 18th century. Before that period, typically they drifted by several seconds per day. Very accurate watches only began to be manufactured in the late 18th century, and all watches remained mechanical until the development of electronics in the 20th century. Various replicas and reconstructions of the Antikythera mechanism have been made to investigate and demonstrate how it may have looked and worked. While the general principles of the machine's function are understood, many details remain unclear due to missing pieces that were either broken, lost at sea, or disintegrated in the water, where they spent 2,000 years. But who knows? Maybe one day another one of these machines will be found elsewhere and shed new light on this ancient technological marvel. So let's get started with the first story about maybe the most famous of all ghost ships, the Flying Dutchman. 200 years ago, at a time when sailing ships still dominated the seas and had not yet been replaced by steamships, sailing on the oceans was still lengthy and quite a risky business. One never knew when one would arrive exactly. Ships were fragile with their wooden hulls that could break. They could run aground or sink, and storms or other violent phenomena were the dread of sailors. The oceans, the seas, were still this mysterious, gigantic expanse where you could encounter all sorts of dangers, and no one knew what kind of monsters hid under the surface in depths that had never been explored and not even sounded. So men at sea would look at the sky, at the birds, at the color of water, or at the changes of the winds to try to anticipate and not lose their way. But in the cold waters of the Atlantic, off the coasts of South Africa, there was one sight that was said to be particularly dreaded: the appearance of an old ship from the age of sail, strangely glowing with a ghostly light, her sails shredded and apparently moved and shaken by ancient winds that had long stopped blowing. The Flying Dutchman, the ghost ship that announced violent storms and maybe the impending doom of those who were unfortunate enough to see her. Repeatedly in the 19th and 20th centuries, sailors claimed to have seen the Flying Dutchman. Authors of travel stories talked about her. So did poets and novelists, and the ship became a celebrity, a legend even. But where does it come from? What part of this is real and what is exaggerated or invented? Let's take a look at what we know. As the name Flying Dutchman indicates, this legend has its roots in a particular time period, the period when the Netherlands, the Dutch Republic, more precisely, was a great maritime power in the 17th century, a time period when Dutch ships sailed all the oceans of the planet. They opened new routes and they traded all around the world, from North America, where they founded colonies like New Amsterdam, better known today as New York City, to the Caribbean, the coasts of Africa, the Indian Ocean, and as far east as China or Japan, where for a long time the Dutch had a trade monopoly. For a few decades in the 17th century, Amsterdam became the largest international trade center, and the Netherlands enjoyed the prosperity that left traces in architecture, intellectual life, scientific development, or the arts. Just to cite a few examples, philosophers like Spinoza, painters like Rembrandt or Vermeer, and dozens of less famous artists of the 17th century were born and worked and prospered in the Netherlands. But why this age of prosperity for the Dutch? And what is the relation with the Flying Dutchman? To understand this, we need to make a bit of history. In the 16th century, the Netherlands were part of the Empire of the Habsburgs, the dynasty that controlled big chunks of Europe, Spain, Austria, Hungary, parts of modern Germany and France, and most of what one day would become the states of Belgium and the Netherlands. The future Belgium and the Netherlands had entered the Habsburgs' possession because Charles V, who reigned all over these lands, had inherited the Duchy of Burgundy, of which they were a part of or associated with. This European empire of the Habsburgs was completed by a fast-growing colonial empire overseas, especially in the Americas. Spain had established its presence there, and its American colonies in the 16th century began to produce colossal revenues. The Habsburg Empire eventually split into two branches of the family. The Habsburgs of Austria, who kept Austria, Hungary, Bohemia, which is the historical name of the modern Czech Republic, and another important family asset, the title of Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. This loose association with German states, this imperial title was elective, but for almost 300 years they did what they had to do to keep it in their hands. And these Habsburgs of Austria would stay on the throne until the 20th century. Therefore, the abdication of the last Habsburg emperor was one of the consequences of the First World War. The second branch, the Spanish Habsburgs, was left with the global colonial empire and, in Europe, with Spain. At the time, it consisted mostly of two main kingdoms, Castile and Aragon, plus the remains of the Burgundian heritage, including the Netherlands. But in the second half of the 16th century, the Netherlands were increasingly willing to get rid of the Habsburgs' rule for various reasons. The first one was religious. Different provinces of the Netherlands had become Protestant after the beginning of the Protestant Reformation, whereas the Habsburgs were Catholic monarchs, and at the time Europe was shaken by religious conflicts. Many kings would not tolerate that their subjects adopted what they considered to be heretical beliefs. So the Protestant subjects of the Catholic kings were always at risk of being bullied, at best, or persecuted, and vice versa. There were also economic or financial reasons. The King of Spain, Philip II, was at war constantly with other powers, the French, the English, the Ottomans, and to fund these conflicts on top of using a lot of gold that came from America, the crown heavily taxed its subjects and their trade. Paying hefty taxes to a distant king in Madrid that you don't like and who doesn't like you either, to fund a policy that doesn't benefit you, was obviously something unpleasant for the Dutch, to say the least. And these political, religious, and economic factors converged to lead to a rebellion of several provinces of the Spanish Netherlands against the crown of Spain, against Philip II. In 1568, 7 provinces formed an alliance and a new republic, officially the Republic of the 7 United Netherlands, commonly called the Dutch Republic. This was the predecessor state to the modern Netherlands. This cessation from the Habsburgs' territory delighted all the enemies of the Habsburgs, and there were many at the time. This started a long, very long war of 80 years with the Spanish. The war was not constant. It was more on and off. They didn't fight continuously, but it officially ended only 80 years later, in 1648, at the end of another conflict, the 30 Years' War. After that, Spain officially recognized the existence of an independent Dutch republic. Now, being part of the Habsburg sphere of influence, when Spain was discovering America, had also left traces in the Netherlands. The most prominent explorers and conquistadors who worked for the crown of Spain or Portugal to explore these new lands discovered overseas were from the Iberian Peninsula, or sometimes from Italy, like Christopher Columbus. And so were most of the troops sent in the 16th century. But there were also individuals from all over Europe, especially Habsburg Europe, who were involved in Spanish expeditions and exploration initiatives, Austrian, German, Dutch. And so the experience of this new world for Dutch people went beyond the frontiers of Spain, especially in a part of Europe, like the Netherlands, that already had a maritime tradition. Another way that colonization and conquest of America impacted the rest of Europe was through the inflow of wealth, especially the mountains of gold and silver seized and then mined in Mexico and South America. When these precious metals arrived in Spain, they were spent on all sorts of goods that the relatively small Spanish economy could not provide. So it stimulated activity well beyond the frontiers of Spain. France, Italy, Germany, and England also benefited economically, and being part of the Habsburg Empire, and already an industrious region since the Middle Ages, the Netherlands got significantly wealthier thanks to Spanish colonization. Actually, an economic and artistic Renaissance movement started in the Netherlands and Flanders, which were all Habsburg regions at the time, after Italy, but before any other part of Europe. So for all these reasons, based on the criteria of the time, 16th century Netherlands was a relatively modern, outward-looking, and prosperous region. The northern part of the Spanish Netherlands had converted to the new Reformed faith, Protestantism. At least a significant portion of the population and the economic elite. Philip II did not intend to let the Dutch go and break free, so there was intense repression against their heretical inclinations, and also against their will for independence after 1568. Religious animosity and repression across Europe was obviously a threat to the young Dutch Republic, but it also contributed to its prosperity, because many Protestant traders from Flanders, at the time still Spanish, would refuge to the north in the Dutch Republic, and so did other Protestants from Catholic kingdoms, where they were at risk of being mistreated or persecuted. Many also came from France. The Huguenots, many of them, as much as they could, came with their business and their capital. With this context in a nutshell, you have the main pillars of the Dutch surge or miracle of the late 16th and 17th century. An inflow of capital, a modern economy for the time, a connection to world exploration and maritime trade that started before independence, and also an adventurous community of sailors, explorers, and navigators willing to travel the world and get rich fast. On top of that, The Dutch Republic had quite a bit of luck too. For decades, neighboring countries that could have been threats were busy dealing with their own internal conflicts. Religious infighting, like in England, but even more in France, and external wars, especially against Spain. All of this left the Dutch Republic relatively safe in Europe and hands-free to do what they wanted on the oceans of the world, like attacking or replacing Spanish and even more Portuguese settlements. Portugal was an ally of Spain, and the two countries even shared the same king, Philip II, for years, so that put Portugal and the Dutch technically at war too. Actually, rather than Spain, the main victim of the Dutch expansion overseas would be Portugal, which had established its own trade network to the east a century earlier, and it lost large parts of it to the Dutch. They were active in the Atlantic. They established a presence in the Caribbean and founded colonies in North America like New Amsterdam. They also took a big role in the slave trade, transferring many enslaved Africans to the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. When this triangular trade between Europe, West Africa, and America was booming, but a lot of their attention and efforts were oriented towards the Far East. Alongside Atlantic trades like slaves, gold, and colonial crops, sugar, tobacco, dyes, cotton, an extremely lucrative trade was the spice trade with India and the Spice Islands in what is now Indonesia. There was no Suez Canal at the time, obviously. So to get there, the strategic stop was the southern tip of Africa, hence an intense interest of the Dutch to have a presence there in what would become South Africa. The long-lasting Dutch cultural and human presence in South Africa comes from there. In various coastal trading posts and islands of the Indian Ocean, or in South Africa too, the Dutch just expelled the Portuguese and replaced them. Portugal was unable to defend its trade empire at the time because the country was overstretched. Portugal was a small country with only about 2 million inhabitants, not enough to defend and develop possessions all around the world that included Brazil in South America and dozens of trading posts and forts between Europe and the Far East, alongside thousands and thousands of miles of trade routes. At the time, the Dutch had become more aggressive, better armed, and more innovative. The Portuguese had been extraordinary sailors and pioneers in maritime exploration, but they had now lost their edge. They no longer discovered new lands and sailing techniques. For example, the Portuguese used to cross the Indian Ocean following the coastlines or jumping from island to island. The Dutch discovered a new route that was much faster to the Spice Islands to Indonesia, a route that passed south of the Indian Ocean. This new route, the Brouwer route, used the powerful winds at the south of the Indian Ocean. So ships departed South Africa, sailing straight to the east, as if they were trying to go to Australia. And only a few hundred miles before reaching Australia, they turned north and reached Java, the main Dutch base in Indonesia. On paper, that is on a map, this route was not shorter than the Portuguese route, but thanks to the winds, it was way faster. Voyage time between the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa and Java was reduced in the 17th century to about 6 months versus almost 12 months previously. In trade, you can imagine the big advantage it gives you. So the Dutch became the dominant power on the spice routes at the expense of the Portuguese, who refocused on Brazil and keeping what remained of their African and Asian holdings. But they no longer dominated this trade. This is where we come back, the Flying Dutchman. In order to dominate this trade with the other side of the planet, the Dutch needed fast and solid ocean-going ships. There could be several kinds of intercontinental trade ships. They evolved over time, but in the 17th century, a type of vessel that was extensively employed by the Dutch was the flout or flute. Flouts were initially designed in the Dutch Republic, and they had several advantages. For ocean-going ships at the time, they had the best space-to-crew ratio, meaning that they could transport a lot of goods at a competitive price because there would not be as many sailors as on other ships. They were also relatively cheap to produce because they were only designed for trade. A dominant type of oceanic ship in the 16th century had been the galleon, which could be converted from trade to warship and vice versa. This can be convenient in highly disputed and dangerous waters, but it also meant that these ships were heavier, more expensive to make, and less optimized for cargo. Along the 17th century, an emerging trend in shipbuilding was the increased specialization of ships. Trade vessels and warships formed two increasingly different groups, and the Dutch were at the forefront of this evolution, which gave them an edge in trade. The Flying Dutchman was believed to be one of these flouts, a medium-sized fast cargo ship designed to travel between East Asia and Europe. Now, who owned and sent away these ships? Some were owned by individual traders, but when it came to trade and colonization with East Asia or America, European countries in the 17th century used chartered companies, private businesses that received the monopoly from a state, and these companies were typically traded on a stock market. Anyone with the means could become a shareholder. The Dutch East India Company, also known as a VOC, was a precursor and an example of such companies. The VOC was actually the first joint stock company in the world. That is to say, the first business whose shares could be bought and sold by shareholders on the market. But there would also be English and French equivalents. So the VOC received from the government of the Dutch Republic the monopoly of Dutch trade and colonization from South Africa to all of Asia. And this monopoly came with huge powers, almost the powers of a government. The company could obviously own its own ships. It could buy and sell goods, but also create and own colonies, deal with other states in its area of influence. It could go to war. It had its own private army, and this VOC organized the expansion of the Dutch Empire in Asia from the island of Ceylon, modern Sri Lanka, to Java, and all the way to Japan. For decades, the VOC operated, generating major profits for the benefit of its shareholders. The Flying Dutchman would have been a ship of the VOC. So, with a captain and a crew employed by the company to trade between the Netherlands and the Spice Islands, a journey of thousands and thousands of miles that lasted several months. I told you the Flying Dutchman would have been a flout, but it would have also been an East Indiaman. East Indiaman is not a particular type of ship. It's a generic term for trade vessels that traveled from Europe to Asia. So there were East Indiamen from other countries too. There is no record of an actual East Indiaman called the Flying Dutchman that would have sailed in the 17th century, or in the 18th century for that matter. In the second half of the 18th century, the rumor that a ghost ship had been sighted at sea. An old Dutch East Indiaman started to spread in some ports and on some ships. The time of Dutch maritime dominance had come to an end a century earlier, and the rising naval and colonial power of the time was now the United Kingdom. So, for sailors of the late 18th century, evoking a Dutch flout, an Indiaman, was reminiscing of times long gone, like when in 2024 we evoke a transatlantic liner of the early 20th century. We know of this rumor about the Flying Dutchman because it appeared in travel stories, a popular genre of books at the time. People were curious about the world, which to most Europeans was still a mysterious place they would never see with their own eyes. In the accounts of various authors, many of whom were not known to be trustworthy, the Flying Dutchman is mentioned as a story that circulated among sailors. One in 1790 says that the ship had one day come to the Cape in South Africa in distress, and the crew of the Flying Dutchman wanted to get into harbor to be protected from a storm. But they couldn't get a pilot to conduct the ship, and so she was lost. After which, as a ghost ship, it began to reappear in very bad weather, announcing serious trouble. 5 years later, in 1795, in another travel account that told the story of a journey from Great Britain to Australia, the Flying Dutchman was mentioned again. Not to really say that it existed, but as the report of a superstition that circulated among sailors. This account was repeated yet in another book in 1803, another travel story, but introducing a little variant. This time the crew of the Flying Dutchman would have been punished for a crime, an unspecified crime, maybe piracy or revolt, and the murder of their officers. For their crime, they would have been sentenced to wander on the ocean till the period of their penance expired. And apparently it was a long period, because the Flying Dutchman was still there decades after the fact. In the early 19th century, the years 1800 to 1810, the Flying Dutchman transitioned from travel stories to literature, essentially in the works of British and Irish authors, including Walter Scott. It was mentioned in poems, and the concept of a ghost ship seduced. It came with the rise in popularity of Gothic stories all along the 19th century. Frankenstein, vampires, abandoned castles, monsters. A ghost ship was logical in that company. In the 1820s, there was a play called The Flying Dutchman or The Phantom Ship, a nautical drama. And this play also contributed to its fame. But the biggest work that made The Flying Dutchman a celebrity was the opera by Richard Wagner, titled The Flying Dutchman, in 1843. Since then, with further mentions in fantasy novels or in films, like recently in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise, The Flying Dutchman became a well-known name, but a fictional name, because there was never any factual trace of a flouter or any other type of ship of that name that would have gotten lost. The Flying Dutchman may have started as a rumor among sailors. That looks possible. Maybe because someone invented that story one day and it was appealing enough to stick around. Or it could have even been invented from the start in these travel stories of the late 18th century between authors who copied each other. These types of travel accounts are not known for their accuracy. They had begun to become more trustworthy in the late 18th century, more credible than their predecessors of past centuries. But they were still notoriously exaggerated and partly fictional because their authors wanted attention and good sales. So if the public was willing to read larger-than-life exotic stories, they were happy to provide them. But even though this ship is fictional, it doesn't mean it had no connection at all to reality, to history. It is a product of this particular period of Dutch maritime expansion, and it is also believed that the story was inspired by an existing 17th century Dutch captain, a man called Bernard Fokke. There is little known about him except that Fokke was real and he appeared in multiple sources, including accounting books. The records of the period, like travel logs, the records of the Dutch VOC, the East India Company, the logs of ports. All of this makes it possible to check and estimate the magnitude of this 17th century trade, or, more anecdotically, to find historical captains and ships. There was no Flying Dutchman lost at sea, but there was this Captain Bernard Fokke, who was famous for the speed of his trips to the Far East. It seems that once he completed a journey from Amsterdam to Java in a bit more than 3 months. We know it through letters that were sent from Amsterdam to Java, and they were dated and delivered in this period of time. They could have been tampered with for publicity, but still, Fokke had this reputation for extreme speed to the point that the nickname Flying Dutchman could have suited him well. And it seems that long before the legend of the Flying Dutchman spread, there were rumors that Fokke was in league with the devil. He would have obtained these navigation skills or that uncanny speed by selling his soul to the devil in a kind of Faustian pact, if you will. So maybe this aura of the supernatural helped give birth to the Flying Dutchman legend. In any case, with its connection to the age of sail, to the exploration of the world, to histories of piracy that were added to the legend later, the Flying Dutchman provided a template for fictional ghost ships. But it is not alone. Let's now leave the port of Amsterdam, the Cape in South Africa, and the spice roads, and go to South America, to Chile, to discover another legendary ghost ship, the Caleuche. In the south of Chile, the coast of South America is very uneven, with many islands. From the Pacific Ocean, you can see the wilderness of Patagonia and the first peaks of the Andes in the distance, at least when it's not too misty. Even though it is South America, you can forget about transparent Caribbean waters, Brazilian beaches with palm trees, or the hot weather of the Amazonian forest. Here, at the southern tip of the world, climate is rather harsh, especially in winter. It is wet, and the vegetation reminds one of Oregon or Washington or the Pacific coasts of Canada. Long before the Panama Canal was open, all ships that needed to travel between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans had to pass to the south of South America, around Cape Horn. When they arrived in the Pacific, coming from the Atlantic, they would travel north, following this wild coastline, impatient to reach warmer and more welcoming waters. In this region of the world, there have been inhabitants for thousands of years, and there is an archipelago, a group of islands that you would barely notice looking at a map, because it follows the coastline of Chile. The main island of this archipelago is called Chiloé, and in this place the legend of the Caleuche was born. Nobody really knows when, possibly centuries ago. The Caleuche would be a sailing ship that sometimes emerges from the mist around Chiloé, a European sailing ship of the 17th or 18th century. Comes from the Mapudungun, the language of the native Mapuche people. Calutun means transform, and the suffix che means people. So Caleuche would be translated as transformed people. And indeed, the crew of the Caleuche is really particular. There are various versions of this myth that are not necessarily compatible. Some say that the crew likes to party, and the appearance of the ship would always be accompanied by music, joyful voices, speaking in an undefined language. The ship and her crew would be stuck in time in a never-ending celebration. Other versions say that the crew is not particularly ghostly or immaterial, and the sailors like to disembark in ports, especially where there are women. An old legend mentions that the crew had a deal with various shopkeepers of Chiloé, who had daughters. They would come ashore and party with the girls, and before leaving, they would fill the shops with goods as payment. This is how the quick fortune made by local traders would have been explained. They were protected by the Caleuche. But no one really knew what price they really paid for this protection and what the cost would be for their immortal souls. The ship is also said to be able to sail faster than any other ship, making it unreachable if it doesn't want to be caught. But the Caleuche is not necessarily a sinister ship. She also helps assist castaways, and is not known to be particularly malevolent, as long as local sailors show respect. When at sea, they mustn't sing too loud, or scream, or act disorderly. Otherwise, the crew of the Caleuche would be annoyed and could decide to appear or hide rocks to make the troublemakers wreck. Rather than threatening, The Caleuche is a mysterious presence that has been credited with plenty of phenomena like unexplained wreckages, sudden arrival of mist, weird noises that were heard at sea, or Spanish expeditions that disappeared after passing Cape Horn. The timeline of this legend is also mysterious. It could have been an old native legend that was reshaped with a European ship when settlers arrived. Could have also been an adaptation of the Flying Dutchman legend in the 18th or 19th century. Dutch privateers were once active in this part of the world, including an expedition that captured Chiloé for a short time in 1600. The memory of this presence could have been reactivated when the story of the Flying Dutchman reached this remote part of Chile. The local legend would have appeared as a reaction to the legend of the Flying Dutchman. Or maybe the explanation is more trivial than that. The Caleuche could have been used as a joke, or as a cover for smuggling activities. The discreet delivery of goods on beaches and small islands of the archipelago at night to avoid taxes in ports. All this nightly discreet traffic around the island would have given birth to the legend of the Caleuche. Maybe more than others, this one is very ambivalent. The ship is sometimes presented as a benevolent entity helping castaways or becoming a happy eternal home for the dead at sea. Other times it is more sinister. The Caleuche would attract sailors and fishermen with her music and enslave them forever to serve on board. Of course, these two coexisting visions of the ship are not compatible. In yet another version, the Caleuche is the boat of the witches of Chiloé, who use her to make unholy parties and reinforce their magical abilities. In any case, the ship remains inaccessible to the curious. It can either dive underwater or disappear in the mist, or take the appearance of a floating tree trunk, and the crew can turn into sea lions to divert attention. It remains a complete mystery. Ghost ships are not all fictional. There are real abandoned ships that have remained at sea for weeks, sometimes months, or even years. Here is an example of that. The SS Baychimo, spotted almost 40 years after it was abandoned in the cold waters of northern Canada. The Baychimo was, and maybe still is, because there is no formal proof that she sank, even though it now looks very likely, and we'll see why. A cargo steamer built in 1914 in Sweden. The ship was owned by the Hudson's Bay Company, which is a well-known name in Canada because nowadays the Hudson's Bay Company is a retailer often referred to as the Bay or La Baie in Quebec. But the company is several centuries old and is actually the oldest corporation in Canada. It found its origins in colonial times when it was set up by fur traders to collect fur in and around Hudson Bay, this giant gulf to the north of Canada that nowadays is surrounded by the provinces of Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, and Nunavut. For much of its existence, the company was in the business of trading fur and supplying the small towns, trading posts, and local communities that lived around the bay. This was at the start, but the business expanded to all of Canada, so the company was by far the main buyer of the furs that were hunted by trappers and native tribes. The company followed technical progress and transition from sails to steam. In the early 20th century, it was still operating its historical business, and it is the reason why it acquired the Baychimo. The ship had been built initially to serve on trading routes between Hamburg in Germany and Sweden, which is to say, on short trips. But after the First World War, she was transferred to the UK as compensation, as war reparation, and the ship was sold to the Hudson's Bay Company that assigned her in 1921 to its fur trading business in northern Canada. The Baychimo was now to travel along the north coast on long distances, visiting trading posts, collecting fur pelts, and trading supplies and provisions with the locals. The places where she went were only accessible by sea, and not all year round. In winter, the sea would freeze for several months, but for 10 years, the Baychimo successfully operated without major issues until 1931. North of Canada, many ships were trapped in the ice since the arrival of European explorers, and it is what happened to the Baychimo. In October 1931, as the weather was getting suddenly colder, and after the completion of a journey along the coasts of Victoria Island, the ship was trapped in pack ice. Pack ice, that is to say, sea ice that is not attached to the shoreline. This happens regularly. Drift ice is driven together into a large mass, a pack of ice, and this may happen around a ship in very cold waters. It is not necessarily that serious. Many ships and their crews have stayed trapped for months. Like this, just waiting for ice to melt so they could leave the place. And ships that served in this region were prepared for this possibility. The crew of the Baychimo realized that they would not be able to keep advancing, and they thought the ship would not go anywhere now that it was trapped. So they abandoned it temporarily, because they were just half a mile away from the shore, and there was a town, a place called Barrow, where they knew they would find better shelter. They spent 2 days in this town, and when they wanted to return to their ship, the Baychimo was no longer there. She had broken free of the ice and drifted to an unknown location, with no one on board to correct her course. This was embarrassing. Where was the ship? She was sighted again a few days later, south of where she was lost, and again she had been ice-packed at this new location. Days were passing, and winter would soon begin. The crew consisted of 37 men, too many to keep waiting until the ship could be freed. So the company sent a plane to evacuate 22 of them, and only 15 remained near the Baychimo on the land where they built a wooden shelter to wait for the ice to melt or to break and the ship to be retrieved. A few weeks passed, and by the end of November, there was a night of blizzard, and in the morning, the ship had disappeared again. It was thought to have broken up and sunk, but it was seen again a few days later, this time more than 40 miles south of where it had been lost. Once again, the Baychimo was prisoner of ice, and the crew thought that she would not survive this winter. So they retrieved the most valuable fur pelts on board to be transported by air, and the ship was willfully abandoned this time. By the end of 1931, the ship was 17 years old at this point, which was not that old for a steamship, but she was no longer new, and she had been acquired probably at a discount price. She was beginning to be outdated. Oil propulsion was quickly replacing coal and steam in the interwar period, and in particular in these cold regions, liquid fuel was way more convenient and efficient than coal. These are the reasons that probably explain the lack of motivation to save the Baychimo. And so the ship was abandoned to her fate and expected to sink quickly. Except she didn't. In circumstances that are unknown, the ship finally broke free, possibly several months later, and kept floating, starting a long journey without destination along the coasts of Canada and Alaska. For months, for years, and even for decades, she was seen multiple times in the 1930s, and even boarded a couple of times, but she couldn't be rescued and was abandoned again. This continued in the 1950s and 60s. In 1962, she was seen drifting along the coast of the Beaufort Sea, which is the sea to the north of Alaska and the Canadian Northwest Territories. And for the last time, she was seen in 1969, 38 years after abandonment, frozen in another ice pack. After 1969 and since then, for more than 50 years now, there has been no signs of the Baychimo. She had been seen more than a dozen times in the 10 years after her abandonment, and not at all in the past 50 years, which is why the hypothesis that she sunk after 1969 sounds very likely. It would also make sense since in 1969 the ship was 55 years old, including 38 years of drifting at sea without any maintenance. So the breaking point of the hull in waters where she collided regularly with ice blocks was probably long overdue at this stage. And this is how the Baychimo disappeared. But we have no proof that this ghost ship actually sank. It sounds very unlikely that she would keep floating freely somewhere without having been noticed for more than 50 years. But she could have stayed stuck in high seas, covered in snow, and become invisible somewhere near Alaska or the icy shores of Canada. So, our night isn't over yet. I have a fourth story for you. Our story begins one day in December 1872 in the North Atlantic Ocean, off the Azores Islands. On the horizon, the crew of a Canadian commercial ship, the Dei Gracia, saw the sails of another ship of the same class, a brigantine, that is a sailing ship with 2 masts. The other boat appeared to be in scruffy condition and adrift. So the Dei Gracia pulled closer. A closer observation confirmed that there was apparently no one on board. Several men from the Dei Gracia boarded the mysterious ship and observed that the lifeboat was missing. But other than that, there were still ample provisions on board. The ship was loaded with a cargo of denatured alcohol. meaning pure alcohol for industrial or medical use. And when they inspected the cabins, they saw that the crew's personal belongings were still there, some of them valuable. They also found the ship's logbook. The last entry was dated 10 days earlier. Like the Dei Gracia, the ship had left America, bound for Genoa, Italy, and the plan was to transport this cargo of alcohol across the Atlantic, then enter the Mediterranean Sea through the Strait of Gibraltar before reaching Italy. The name of the ship was Mary Celeste, and this was just the beginning of a puzzling mystery. Where does the Mary Celeste come from? Her keel had been laid 12 years earlier in Nova Scotia, Canada. Therefore, it was still a relatively new ship. At that time, in the 1860s and 1870s, much of the transatlantic trade was still conducted by sailing ships. Steamships existed, but they had not yet replaced this means of transportation, which was cheaper, more well-known, and still more profitable. Modern shipping companies were just forming at the time, and they had not taken over maritime trade. So many independent ships and small companies secured most of the exchanges between Europe and America. The ship had been christened Mary Celeste 3 years earlier and was registered in the United States because, since 1861, she had sailed under the name Amazon as a Canadian ship, working primarily in the West Indian trade. But in 1867, 5 years before it was found by the Dei Gracia, it had been washed ashore in a storm near Cape Breton Island in Nova Scotia and suffered so much damage that its owners abandoned it as a shipwreck. The wreck was sold several times on the cheap and ended up being owned by an American sailor from New York, who restored her and registered the ship under a new name, Mary Celeste, as an American vessel. It was sold again, and this time it was bought by a Massachusetts sea captain, Benjamin Briggs, who had acquired a good reputation in his profession and had decided to invest his savings in a ship. Briggs was experienced and perfectly capable of commanding such vessels. The Mary Celeste had just been refitted in New York. Her first voyage under the name Mary Celeste was to be a transatlantic crossing from New York City to Genoa, carrying a cargo of 1,700 barrels of alcohol. This was supposed to be a safe, almost routine voyage on a ship that had sailed for years before being wrecked and repaired. So much so that for her maiden transatlantic voyage under her new name and a new owner, Benjamin Briggs, he had arranged for his wife and daughter to travel with him. Apart from them, he had recruited a crew of 7 people, so there were 10 in total on board. In November 1872, the Mary Celeste set sail from New York Harbor for a voyage that was supposed to last a few weeks. A month later, she was found adrift and abandoned in the middle of the ocean. The loss of a ship due to weather or pirate attacks was not uncommon, but these 2 explanations seemed immediately unlikely in this case. The Mary Celeste had been undamaged. There was a bit of clutter on the deck and in the sails, but the ship was still seaworthy, much safer than a lifeboat. It made no sense to imagine an experienced captain ordering the evacuation of a perfectly navigable ship in the middle of the ocean to board a small, unstable lifeboat. Piracy also didn't work as an explanation because the personal belongings and ship's cargo were still there. There was no sign of a fight, and pirates operated near the coasts and islands, not in the middle of the Atlantic. Something was off, and no reason could be found for the abandonment. The Dei Gracia and the Marie Celeste were similar ships, so the captain sent part of his crew to the Mary Celeste, and the two ships sailed to Gibraltar, where he intended to have the salvage of the Mary Celeste acknowledged. This would entitle him the right to a substantial share of its value. An investigation and hearings were held in Gibraltar, confirming the mystery of the crew's disappearance. Months passed, and the lifeboat had not reappeared. It never would. The death, or at least the disappearance of the 10 passengers and crew, was confirmed. Why would an entire crew abandon a good ship along with its cargo? Several possible explanations were proposed. The first was foul play. What if the captain of Dei Gracia was, in fact, responsible for murdering and robbing the ship? Or what if he had conspired with Briggs, the captain and owner of the Mary Celeste, to organize an insurance fraud? It was suggested that the two captains could have known each other. They were both from the east coast of the United States, had the same profession, and were on the same route from the United States to Genoa. But this really didn't stand up to scrutiny. First of all, because the Mary Celeste had set sail several days earlier, and even if they were on the same route, the probability of the Dei Gracia finding it adrift was very slim. There was also the ship's logbook that had been interrupted 10 days before the salvage. This did not fit with the attack theory, and both captains were honorably known and certainly smart enough to organize a less complicated and ambiguous fraud if they had wanted to conspire. Another theory was that the entire crew may have feared an explosion and took refuge in the lifeboat. The cargo was alcohol, a highly explosive material, of course, and the wooden barrels would let the fumes escape. What if someone had lit something on deck, such as a lamp or a lighter, and caused an explosion due to gas buildup? Or if the density of the fumes had reached a point where it would detonate? A brief explosion would not necessarily have destroyed the ship and could explain some of the disorder found on board. The rope tying the lifeboat to the ship had been cut, indicating a quick escape. So, in this case, the entire crew would have been afraid of a second, bigger explosion and would have put distance between them and the ship. However, this was not entirely convincing. First of all, because no traces of burns were found, which is not totally incompatible with a brief explosion due to the fumes, but at least it is surprising and infrequent. In addition, Briggs knew what he was carrying, and these small explosions due to fumes detonating on ships loaded with oil or alcohol were common, They were not a structural risk, so panicked abandonment seemed untenable. If the reason wasn't internal, it could have been external. What about natural phenomena? A little water was found inside at the bottom of the ship, something that was not uncommon in wooden boats. There were pumps to evacuate it, so one theory was that perhaps a malfunction of the pumps could have caused alarm and prompted the evacuation. A sounding rod was found on deck, out of place. They may have used the rod to sound the water level inside the boat and been alarmed by an incorrect reading, indicating a much higher water level. This, combined with the fact that the pumps were not working, would have been truly alarming. That would have indicated that the ship was sinking. That's not impossible. But that would be a lot of coincidences and errors in judgment for a ship that was not visibly sinking. Again, this explanation is dubious. Other natural explanations include the possibility of a seaquake, an underwater earthquake that would have caused enormous turbulence. But again, you don't take refuge in a lifeboat in the middle of the ocean when you're on a ship that's still seaworthy. It would hurt their chances of survival and not improve them. What doesn't help build solid hypotheses is that in the decades that followed, a number of myths and false stories were added. Newspapers retold the story with made-up details. The press in the 19th century generally had little regard for truth and accuracy. Some newspapers changed the location of the salvage, for example, to other parts of the Atlantic Ocean, such as near the Cape Verde Islands. A supposed survivor spoke to the press in 1913, 41 years after the rescue, but it was a fraud. Stories of sea monsters also emerged, such as a giant squid that would have plucked off all the passengers, one by one, and taken the lifeboat for good measure. It was a revival of the legend of the Kraken, a giant octopus or squid that attacked ships. But as far as we know, the Kraken is a mythical creature. Other hypotheses include a moment of group hysteria, perhaps due to the fumes of alcohol. This is something that experts ruled out in an open deck, and so, without a definitive explanation, the case was closed. It was still suspicious, and the captain of the Dei Gracia was awarded only a small share of the salvage, reflecting the continuing suspicions against him in the hearings, although they were not proven. The Mary Celeste was finally shipped to Genoa and later sold at a discounted price due to its bad reputation. A partnership of New York businessmen bought it, and she continued its career for 11 more years, seemingly without incident, ending in 1884, 12 years after the salvage. The new owners of the time organized an insurance fraud. They filled the Mary Celeste with worthless cargo that was misrepresented as valuable goods on the ship's manifest, and they insured the cargo for $30,000, a small fortune at the time, equivalent to about 1 million of today's dollars. Then the ship was voluntarily wrecked off the coast of Haiti. Unfortunately for the owners, the insurance company's investigation quickly exposed the attempted fraud, and nothing was ever paid. On the contrary, the conspirators were tried for their crime. The Mary Celeste was no more, and to this day, the mystery of the loss of her crew and their rescue remains unexplained. Our starting point is in Nevada, in the middle of the desert. I am sure you have already heard of Area 51. But Area 51, it's not its official name. It is a common name for a U.S. Air Force facility that is officially called Homey Airport, or sometimes called Groom Lake. The closest large city to the base is Las Vegas, 80 miles to the southeast. Contrary to what one may suppose, the fame of Area 51 is rather recent in popular culture, only about 30 years. How did it all begin? The base operated long before it became famous. An airfield was built on the site in 1942. But that was a very basic airfield. The base really started to exist in the 1950s, when it was chosen by the U.S. Air Force to establish a test facility for the development of a particular aircraft, the Lockheed U-2. We will come back to that. For about 30 years, the base operated, and hardly anyone talked about it in the media. It had no presence in popular culture at all. It was and still is remote, so only military personnel, government officials, and immediate neighbors ever thought or talked about it. The closest inhabited area is a small town called Rachel, with a population of 48, according to the latest census. From the 1950s to the 1970s, there were alleged sightings of strange aerial phenomena, UFOs, maybe, around the facility, and so a few UFO hunters may have heard of it. However, at the time, since the 1950s, there had been a huge rise in number of alleged sightings of flying objects all across the United States and in other parts of the world too. So this particular facility, this base, was just one site among many, and there was nothing sufficient to make it really famous. If you had asked average Americans in the 60s about UFO activity, they might have mentioned the Roswell incident that occurred in 1947 in New Mexico, which had risen to fame, but certainly not Area 51. It is unclear how the facility got the popular name of Area 51. It could be because there is a grid in this area created by the Atomic Energy Commission, with different areas that were given different numbers. Even though the facility itself is not an atomic facility, it is adjacent to this grid. So maybe the name persisted, or it was colloquially given the number 51 because it is adjacent to Area 15. But as I mentioned before, Area 51 is not the official name. The status of Area 51 in popular culture started to change only in the 1980s. Interest in UFOs had spiked in the 1950s, reflected in many movies at the time featuring flying saucers and a taste for science fiction. This interest then receded until the late 1970s and early 80s when it revived. Commercially successful books discussed UFO sightings or alleged contacts with aliens. particularly a 1980 book about Roswell. By then, the Roswell incident had almost been forgotten, and this book sparked renewed interest in it. There were also movies and TV shows in the late 70s and early 80s that helped rekindle interest in space and extraterrestrials, such as Close Encounters of the Third Kind, E.T., Star Wars movies, Alien, and V. It is difficult to determine exactly if these media productions reflected or propelled popular interest, probably both. In any case, ufology circles grew significantly in the 1980s. Many people were drawn to them out of curiosity and interest. It remained a rather underground movement, possibly still so today, but it grew considerably. Another aspect of this new wave of interest in UFOs since the 1980s, which differed from the previous one in the 1950s, was that confidence in government transparency, and perhaps even honesty, had declined among at least a subset of the population. So it came with suspicion against the government, believing or at least questioning the possibility that the government withheld information that should not be classified, manipulated, spied on citizens, or even acted knowingly against the population. This is another debate, but obviously, society has changed since the 1950s. Was it due to decades of the Cold War, the rise in individualism, the Vietnam War, Watergate, or other causes? It is hard to tell, but defiance towards the government and the loss of trust have happened since the 1950s, and I think it is fair to say that this trend has not diminished. Maybe it has strengthened since the 1980s. I'm telling you all this because it is certainly important to understand how the image of Area 51 in popular culture and all the conspiracy theories that exist around it could appear. It is hard for a government or the military to counter claims that they hide things, because, of course, they do. Secrecy is part of military research, diplomacy, and intelligence. Certain archives are not accessible to the public, at least not immediately. There are even legal frameworks and rules for that. So, is it possible to be sure that the government is perfectly law-abiding and does not cross lines or retain information using this secrecy? No. There are examples of governments hiding experiments or lying. So it is probably healthy to always have a degree of doubt. But the point here, to return to Area 51, is that since the 1980s, this loss of trust in governments has taken on bigger proportions. Over time, it has become a theme, almost a cliché, in popular culture at this point. We are so used to seeing this plot device in movies or TV shows that we take them almost as a given. In any political thriller, the government is either infiltrated, controlled by other forces, acting against people, or at the very least, hiding things. Obviously, there is a frontier between entertainment and what people really believe. But I think we can agree that conspiracy theories involving authorities are much more prevalent than they used to be. A majority of people probably don't actually believe them, or they just play with these ideas in the back of their minds. But instead of being a very underground theme like it used to be, conspiracy theories that involve authorities, governments, and the military are now something very visible. So I'm telling you all of this because without conspiracy theories, Area 51 would not be famous. All the claims about it refer to different conspiracies, or at least the dissemination of information by authorities. The claims are not limited to supposed alien contact and technology, even though this is the most frequent angle when Area 51 is mentioned in the media. We will look at all these claims in a minute. But to conclude on the rise to fame of Area 51, I was telling you that 40 years ago, it was not a household name yet. But during the 1980s, the site drew more and more interest in the circles of UFO enthusiasts, and in certain groups interested in conspiracy theories. This continued until a local radio interview in 1989, in which one of their representatives said that Area 51 was actually a site to study and reverse engineer alien technology. This statement had circulated for years, but it was the first time said in mainstream media, rather than non-professional or non-official publications produced by enthusiasts, or in confidential meetings between aficionados. That was only 33 years ago. But after that, things moved very quickly. A few years later, the entertainment industry had already put its hands on the idea, so it appeared in the X-Files TV show, or the movie Independence Day, which was seen by tens, even hundreds, of millions of people around the world. And in both cases, they presented the existence of alien artifacts and cover-ups by the military at Area 51 as something that had been going on for a long time. So suddenly, in the 1990s, everyone became aware that Area 51 existed, that it was not a secret base, but a base where secret things took place. And there were plenty of elements that could spark curiosity and interest in it. It wasn't a remote, desertic area. It had underground facilities. There had been unexplained sightings for decades around the base, and no shortage of exciting claims. These claims include the storage and study of crashed alien spacecrafts, as I said before. Probably the thing most people think about immediately when Area 51 is mentioned. But there are other claims, including that it would be a place of meetings or joint undertakings between the U.S. Air Force and extraterrestrials. Exotic high-tech weapons would be developed there, and it would be a center for the study of weather control, or, even more impressively, the development of time travel and teletransportation technology. So, what is behind these alleged activities? Possibly human activity for some of them, because there is no doubt that secret or at least confidential development of military technology took place at Area 51. The U.S. Air Force admitted it, and it is a possible explanation for UFO sightings around or near the base. When it was established in the 50s, its purpose was the development of strategic reconnaissance aircraft. The Lockheed U-2. Secrecy around this program was extreme at the time, and Area 51 was chosen as a test site because it was more remote and easier to secure than other facilities on Lockheed, the plane manufacturer, or the U.S. Air Force. The presence of a dry lake was also an advantage to build a flat and long runway. Interestingly, the U-2 was a reconnaissance aircraft, that is to say, a spy plane designed to collecting images of the ground or intercept communications while remaining very discreet. These planes were developed after the Second World War, in the context of the Cold War. Of course, there were reconnaissance flights before, including in the First World War. The first military planes used over battlefields were actually used for reconnaissance rather than direct combat. But during and after the Second World War, they became increasingly technological and specifically designed for this purpose. Typically, they fly very high to avoid detection. The Lockheed U-2 was designed to fly at 21,000 meters, or 70,000 feet. This is twice the altitude of a typical commercial flight. As the Cold War was now in place, the United States needed a new advanced reconnaissance aircraft. Lockheed proposed this program, which was approved in 1954, and test flights began in 1955. Since then, the U-2 has had a long career, being technically upgraded several times, and it is still in use. At first, the program was top secret, but it soon became well known in military circles when the first aircraft were put into operation. It then became public knowledge, especially from 1960 onwards, because one U-2 was shot down over the USSR, creating a significant international incident. Gary Powers was captured alive and tried for spying in the Soviet Union. He was then imprisoned, spending almost 2 years there until he was exchanged in Berlin and returned to the West. We cannot exactly know how many of these reconnaissance aircraft were shot down or captured on each side during the Cold War. It is possible that other cases were never made public, as the USA and the USSR did everything they could to spy on each other. Everyone knew it, and the choice to go public when spies were captured to deliberately create an incident and feign outrage was always a strategic decision. Both sides did it when they thought it served their interest at the time. So, there may have been more incidents that we never heard of. However, at least one other U-2 was shot down in 1962 during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Returning to Area 51, the plane was tested there, and the program was secret. Obviously, the U.S. Air Force was not going to acknowledge that they were testing a secret aircraft when the aircraft was seen from the ground or by another plane flying surprisingly fast or at completely unusual altitudes. For decades, the official response, when there was one, attributed sightings to atmospheric phenomena, which is not a very credible explanation for an unknown flying object that can go up and down and accelerate or decelerate in flight. There are no natural phenomena that look like that. So, of course, it did nothing to discourage UFO hunters. It didn't stop with the U-2. A few years later, in the early 60s, another project involving reconnaissance aircraft, the Lockheed A-12, was tested at Area 51. It was intended as a successor to the U-2, a successor that would have reduced radar cross-section, which is to say one harder to detect by radars, because its radar signature would be more discrete. Even more than the U-2, it looked futuristic at the time, unlike any other jet plane. It was tested at Area 51 for several years, but ultimately this model was retired by the end of the 60s and was survived by the U-2 that it initially intended to replace. This program, the A-12, was acknowledged 30 years later, in the 1990s, just when the fame of Area 51 was on the rise. Another program of the 60s included attempts to turn reconnaissance jets into drones to eliminate the risk of capture of a pilot, like what happened to Gary Powers. This was the T-21, which ultimately, after different versions and missions in real conditions, such as above China, was also retired earlier than hoped. This one became public in the 1970s. So, as you can see, from the beginning, there was no shortage of secret aircraft, prototypes, or test crafts that took off and landed at Area 51. When you have these futuristic aircraft flying, sometimes far from their base, trying to be as discreet as possible, which means avoiding the sending of waves that would reveal their presence, but also means they could fly near other planes without detecting them sometimes. Plus the Air Force that doesn't want to or cannot acknowledge them, so stays silent or gives explanations that are not very credible. You have fertile ground for plenty of UFO sightings and suspicions that remain unanswered. But the activity of Area 51 did not stop there. As the base gained importance and more facilities were built on the site, it also doubled, starting in the late 60s as a place where foreign technology was studied. For decades, maybe it is still the case today, Area 51 became a place to store and examine foreign aircraft. And not just aircraft, missiles and radar systems too, mainly from the Soviet Union. The idea was not just to look for designs or inventions that could be useful, but to test how fighter jets or bombers would fare against their American counterparts, which involved fighting simulations and tests. So here again, there were a lot of flights around the base, sometimes with aircraft that were never seen in American skies. The last known program to have been developed and publicly acknowledged at Area 51 is the F-117. It is not a reconnaissance aircraft, but rather one designed for surface attack, and also it is a stealth aircraft. This means it is profiled and equipped with technologies that avoid detection by concretely reducing the reflection or emissions of waves, visible light, infrared waves, radio frequency spectrum, and audio waves. The F-17 became famous for being the first aircraft designed around stealth technology. It also had a very futuristic look with sharp angles that appeared very different from what people associated with planes, including military fighters. The design of spacecraft in sci-fi shows or movies of the past 3 decades, such as The Expanse or Battlestar Galactica, which try to have a realistic look, likely owe a lot to the lines of the F-117. The first prototypes with this kind of sharp profile were actually from the late 70s, more than 40 years ago. Thus, it is another flying object that could have looked out of place, or even alien to people in the 1980s. The F-117 is now retired, but operations continued on other programs, and maybe more than ever at this point today, since the exclusionary area around the facility was expanded in the 1990s. If we accept the premise that the U.S. Air Force or the U.S. government has acquired some alien technology, which is a big assumption, but let's take it as a hypothesis for the moment. Would it make sense to study it at Area 51? Technically, maybe. The base has specialized in dissecting foreign technology, so there would be an expertise there. What sounds less credible is that the U.S. Air Force would keep their alien technology just where everyone expects to find it. If the goal is to conduct research secretly, it may not be ideal to do it at a base constantly surrounded by curious eyes looking for it. Even though it is highly defended, everything is classified, and alien enthusiasts are kept out of the exclusionary area. I guess if I were the Air Force, I would keep Area 51 as a decoy and store my alien technology somewhere else. Actually, if we accept for a second that the U.S. government owns alien technology, the conspiracy theory I would be more inclined to credit is that Area 51 was entirely fabricated as a decoy, with just enough denial and media content to turn it into a pop culture phenomenon to attract the crowd's attention, so that they could discreetly store and study it somewhere else. But that being said, I am not aware of any tangible proof that the U.S. military or the military of any country has ever seized extraterrestrial technology. There is no shortage of people claiming it. But where is the proof that could make it more than exciting speculation? The other claims made about Area 51 fall into the same category. It is said to be a place for meetings or communication with aliens. If this were the case, it would be strange to also use the site to test aircraft. There is no logical connection between the two. The aircraft models developed at Area 51 from the 1950s with the U-2 and in the 1980s with the F-117 were always technically advanced, possibly the most advanced in the world when they first appeared. However, their capabilities, the engines, the speed, stealth technology, the materials, seem very explainable when we look back. They did not require a technological leap that only alien technology could have provided. The proof is that around the same time, only a few years later, other countries could produce similar aircraft, or at least understand their technology. There are yet other claims about Area 51, but I have failed to find any substance to them. For instance, the idea that Area 51 would be a center for the research of climate control, time travel, or teletransportation. Why not? But why this particular site? Doesn't seem there were ever tangible elements that linked Area 51 to these activities. At least UFOs are somewhat credible because there were flying objects above the base. To most, they were unidentifiable. So technically, they were UFOs at Area 51. But they may have been man-made rather than extraterrestrial. The other claims sound more like bonus theories attached to the place because it already had a reputation for secrecy and advanced technologies. As we have seen, this reputation for secrecy was well-deserved. It is also possible that other aircraft were developed there and abandoned, or exist but are not yet known to the public. Another time I will tell you about Aurora, which was a rumored aircraft that some people suspected the U.S. was developing in the mid-'80s. This was purported to be another reconnaissance aircraft with a revolutionary profile and capabilities. Based on the rumors, it was hypersonic, able to fly at Mach 5, 5 times the speed of sound. In the 90s, claims in the UK and the US were attributed to this Aurora program. But 25 years later, we have never seen it acknowledged or in operation, and it is now widely regarded as a myth based on leaks that could have been related to another program. However, it is possible, likely even, that prototypes that are still unknown to most people, or improved versions of existing aircraft, have existed and still exist in Area 51. So even though I cannot credit these various conspiracy theories, I think it is fair to assume that secret activities are going on there, and they won't be revealed for decades, if ever. For our second story, we're going to stay in the United States, but move a little bit east to New Mexico and explore Chaco Canyon. What are the mysteries there? Chaco Canyon is quite an inhospitable place. Very hot during the summer days, but freezing cold during the winter nights. Arid. Far from forests or large expanses of cultivable land. And yet it is there that more than 1,000 years ago, people from the ancestral Puebloan culture built a large complex that was obviously not just utilitarian. They had to quarry and transport sandstone blocks over great distances. They erected high buildings, some with 4 stories and hundreds of rooms. They brought timber from faraway forests, and on a large area they modeled the land and built it with a layout that was all but random. Buildings were aligned to capture the solar and lunar cycles. They formed geometrical patterns that took into account cardinal directions, and on a broader scale, the central canyon was a connection point to many villages and pueblos. Dozens of them spread over a large area through an enigmatic web of road systems. Until the 19th century, the ruins of Chaco Canyon were the largest buildings in the United States, even though they were already centuries old and had long been abandoned. This invites us to recognize the belief that large stone architecture was mainly to be found in Mesoamerica or in the Andes in pre-Columbian times. No, Chaco Canyon is a massive site and it is very far from Mexico or Peru. So who were the builders? Why did they create this site over several generations? What did it mean to them? What was its function or its functions? This remains an open question, and that's the core of the mystery. But there are ways to approach and better understand the mystery of Chaco Canyon. First of all, what does Chaco Canyon site look like and how vast is it? The canyon itself is at the center of what is now a large American national park, the Chaco Culture National Historical Park. In the canyon, there are several large complexes. The most famous and largest of them is called Pueblo Bonito, and it consists of hundreds of rooms that are all connected and ordered in a half circle. These structures, these complexes, are like a big palace or an entire village. They are called great houses, and there are several more great houses other than Pueblo Bonito. They are smaller, but each has dozens of rooms. These different great houses have been dated from different periods. But because there are also these roads that I mentioned before, and all the sites outside the canyon that were connected to it, we have to consider a larger scale. The canyon lies within a basin, San Juan Basin, that covers 7,500 square miles, 19.5 square kilometers approximately, and extends beyond New Mexico to the southwest of Colorado and parts of Utah and Arizona. Long ago, this was the heart of ancestral Puebloan culture. The Puebloan culture in Chaco emerged in a population of basket makers. Basket maker is the name of a pre-Puebloan culture that began in this region, or at least archaeologists found traces of it more than 3,000 years ago. It evolved into a distinct culture with enough traits in their architecture, their crafts, and their art to be considered a new culture. This evolution happened around the 8th century of our era, 1200 to 1300 years ago. Archaeologists have distinguished from this point on different eras in Puebloan culture. They have been given numbers, 1, 2, 3, each one corresponding to new developments and migrations too. Chaco Canyon was built during the first 3 eras and in several stages. It seems that at the time the region was less hostile than today in terms of climate. It would have been cooler and wetter. In the 9th century, the population in and around the canyon would have grown a lot. The first great houses would have been built at this time, and in the following decades, in several stages. For example, Pueblo Bonito would have been started in the 10th century AD, with a first section of 50 rooms. Traces of a system to process and trade turquoise in the canyon between different of these settlements of these great houses were found, which indicates that they had connections. Maybe these settlements all had different leaders, or there was a hierarchy between them. This is unknown. But in the 2 following centuries, Chaco Canyon prospered, and the building activity was quite intense. Until the 12th century, around 1140 AD, different communities in the region started to lose population. By the end of the 12th century, the ancient Puebloans had sealed many of their buildings with stone and abandoned them. We know they did not vanish, they simply migrated to the south, west, and east, and left the region. Traces of their presence after the abandonment of Chaco Canyon were found in various parts of the American Southwest. Later in the 15th century, the San Juan Basin, where the canyon is located, was claimed by newcomers to the region, such as the Apache and Navajo. These new inhabitants of the region knew the canyon and were most probably aware of the ruins that the ancestral Puebloans had left, but they didn't occupy them. But why did the Puebloans evacuate? One explanation might be warfare. They had neighbors in the 12th century living on the Colorado Plateau, but there is little evidence of that. Their houses in the canyon don't show many signs of damage that could be attributed to war, with only a few exceptions where signs of burning were found. They were also not built in defensive positions or with defensive structures like walls, so this explanation is not satisfactory. Another, perhaps more important factor is that an extreme drought began a few years before their evacuation. The conditions for agriculture were already not ideal, but they could have worsened significantly, and deforestation would have forced them to go further to find wood. This could have made the canyon too inhospitable and forced them to leave. Maybe it was a combination of fighting and scarcity of resources, or other reasons that we can only imagine. Possibly political infighting or a religious belief necessitated that they look for another land. In any case, the site stopped being inhabited almost 900 years ago and has stayed completely frozen in time. It is only over the past 2 centuries that the history of the ancient Puebloans has been studied methodically, and the site has been rediscovered by the descendants of the builders and by archaeologists. It had been forgotten or become legendary because the Puebloans never built again on such a scale. Looking at how the complexes were built, they impress by their size, hundreds of rooms, and these rooms were substantial in size, not small, with a tendency to place the ceilings higher and higher as decades passed and construction went on. But it is not only the size. A lot of planning was involved. Vast sections or entire wings were finished in a single stage. Each great house had a central plaza, a semicircle, and individual houses that formed the complex. They were all stuck together and became higher and higher with the distance from the plaza. The first line facing the plaza consisted of single-story rooms, and then houses went up like the steps of stairs. Great houses also comprised circular spaces that were partially or entirely underground. These are called kivas. And these rooms, some large, others smaller, were used by Puebloans for various things. They had a religious or spiritual function to perform rites and gatherings, and also probably a political one. It could be the place where the communities gathered to debate or discuss topics of interest. There could also have been places where some people with a particular function in this society lived. Kivas are found at all ancient Puebloan sites, and not only Puebloans. This kind of circular meeting place existed in various cultures of the American Southwest. One thing that has called the attention of archaeologists since they began studying Chaco Canyon is how gigantic the site looks in comparison with the estimated population of ancient Puebloans who lived in this area, and their access to resources, especially food, together with the roads that connected. This is why it has been hypothesized that Chaco Canyon was not just a place of residence, but rather a unique site in Puebloan culture with a particular significance. The alignment with the sun, the moon, and constellations, and the aesthetic are also elements that indicate a lot of meaning was involved in this site. But why? What was the function of Chaco Canyon? It could have been a place where Puebloans gathered from afar, a kind of capital in a culture that did not work as a state in a sense. There was no central administration and no unique leader. It was decentralized. However, a sense of belonging to the same cultural group could have motivated the creation of a place like this one. Another possibility, which does not exclude the first one, is that Chaco Canyon had a trade significance. The web of roads would have made it the marketplace of ancient Puebloans. It would have had a limited fixed population, and a larger transient population would travel to it. These explanations are utilitarian, and they can make sense. But they don't really tell us why such symbolic care and planning were invested into this site. The kind of alignments that exist at Chaco Canyon were possibly only thanks to generations of astronomical observation. And there is more than simple alignments. The site includes a butte, which is an isolated hill with vertical sides and a flat top that is typical of desert areas in the Southwest. On this butte, a petroglyph called Sun Dagger was discovered. It is made of two spirals placed in such a way that a spear of sunlight, filtered by slabs, illuminates it and indicates equinoxes and other recurring astronomical events. The material used is basic, but the arrangement of this light clock is very elaborate, very ingenious, and reveals an impressive knowledge of astronomy. This is not something unique in pre-Columbian America. Other civilizations had advanced astronomical knowledge based on centuries or at least generations of observation. However, it shows how far the Puebloans had advanced in that field when we take the sun dagger into account, along with the alignments within and between great houses, their semicircular shape, and their very deliberate aesthetic. It becomes obvious that there was a deep intention, symbolical, spiritual, or cosmological, that organized the whole site. But to what ends? This is the core of the mystery. The Puebloans had no writing system, so there is no explicit document to work on, only hypotheses that can be made. Was it a kind of offering to gods? a way, perhaps, of transposing an order that seemingly existed in the heavens to the earth? It is hard to tell, but an idea I find intriguing is that in their view, the skies looked ordered, with the same celestial bodies following cycles. The sun and the moon returned each day and followed patterns that were predictable over the months and the years. In contrast, the earth was chaotic and unpredictable. It could be too dry or too hot. Death happened on it. Based on this, they could have elaborated a cosmology that made Earth the realm of disorder, as opposed to the harmony and eternal order of the heavens. Chaco Canyon could have been an attempt to transfer to our world the orderly nature of the heavens, to create a contact point where the perfection of the cosmos was reflected on Earth, a kind of center of the world, or at least of their world. Our third story begins on the other side of the world, on the island of Sumatra in Indonesia. In the north of Sumatra, there is a large lake with an island in the middle. The lake measures up to 62 miles in length, about 100 kilometers, and almost 20 miles in width, a little over 32 kilometers. Nowadays, it is a beautiful place with blue waters and green hills all around the lake. But this lake is special. It occupies the ancient caldera, the chimney, of a giant volcano, Mount Toba. A volcano so large and powerful it is called a supervolcano. We will see what that means. This volcano is thought to have erupted around 70,000 to 75,000 years ago. Volcanic eruptions are rather common, but this one was so powerful that it had consequences for the whole planet for several years, affecting life everywhere, including humankind. What happened? How do we know that it had an impact during prehistory without any testimony of it? And what is a supervolcano? That is what we are going to talk about. First of all, what is a supervolcano? As the name indicates, they are particularly large volcanoes, but also volcanoes that have extremely violent eruptions. As you may know, volcanic eruptions can take different forms. When magma from the planet's mantle can rise freely to the surface, eruptions can be relatively smooth and look like an overflow of lava. However, when the way out is blocked, the pool of hot magma may stay trapped in the Earth's crust. Pressure builds, and at some point when the breaking point of the crust is reached, an explosive eruption happens. When the pool of magma that has accumulated is very large, the crust breaking can send huge quantities of material above and around the volcano. A supervolcano is defined as one that has an eruption that projects a volume of deposits equal to or greater than 1,000 cubic kilometers. That is 240 cubic miles. There is an index to measure this, the Volcanic Explosivity Index, and its highest possible value is 8. A supervolcano is defined as one that produces an eruption reaching 8 on this scale. These super eruptions are fairly rare. The most recent known volcanic explosion, reaching an index of 8, took place 26,500 years ago in New Zealand at the Taupo volcano. The Taupo is now dormant, and its caldera has also turned into a lake in the center of New Zealand's North Island. The Toba eruption would have happened 50,000 years earlier and could have reached even greater proportions. To give you an idea, the largest volcanic eruption in recent history happened in 1815. The eruption of Mount Tambora, also in Indonesia. This eruption caused an entire year of cold in the northern hemisphere. This year has stayed in the memory as the year without a summer, and it had visible impacts on agriculture, the color of the sky, because there was an ash in suspension in the atmosphere. It initiated research that determined that a single volcanic eruption could have consequences for the whole planet. The Toba eruption is estimated to have been 12 times greater than Mount Tambora. It would have deposited a layer of ashes 15 centimeters, that is 6 inches, thick, over the whole of South Asia, with ashes reaching everything from the Middle East to China. These numbers and the size of the eruption could have been estimated by examining deposits left by the eruption in various remote parts of the world. Their composition and dating among geological layers indicate where they came from and when they fell. This suggests, based on modern analysis, that the Toba eruption could have been several times more powerful than the Taupo eruption itself. Logically, this mega eruption would have had major impact on life, possibly causing several years of volcanic winter, with seasons that were considerably colder than usual. Ashes and dust in suspension in the atmosphere would have filtered sunlight, leading to a longer cooling period, potentially up to 1,000 years. Interestingly, this event aligns with observations made when studying the genetic heritage of humans and various species of mammals. It seems that 70,000 to 50,000 years ago, the population of humans, as well as species like African chimpanzees, cheetahs, and tigers, suddenly shrank, potentially bringing them close to extinction. Only a few thousand individuals may have remained worldwide at the peak of this crisis. This conclusion is suggested by genetic evidence. It seems that today's humans are all descended from a small population of between 1,000 to 10,000 breeding pairs that lived around 70,000 years ago. While this is not a certainty, several clues in our common gene pool support it. The same is true for other species mentioned. This theory is called the genetic bottleneck theory. There is a lot of evidence that the human population shrank on Earth at the time of the eruption. However, there is no certainty here, and the dating is not very precise. The date of eruption is estimated to be 70,000 to 75,000 years ago, with a margin of error of several thousand years. We're probably not speaking of a giant explosion that killed most humans on Earth. but rather a sudden change in climate that cut their food supply. Deforestation, the collapse of all food chains, and a decrease in available prey would have led to a reduction in the number of humans over several generations. Another element supporting this hypothesis is that between 70,000 and 60,000 years ago, a major migration from Africa started and populated or repopulated other continents. This was not the only wave, and it doesn't mean that humanity was wiped out elsewhere, but it could be another clue that the supervolcano, which has now turned into a peaceful lake, brought us to the brink of extinction 70,000 years ago. We've come to the end of our little journey tonight. I hope you enjoyed this adventure, and I invite you to discover and learn more. But for now, you can let go and sleep. Or if you're not sleepy yet, you may pick another story from my ever-growing library. And until we meet again, good night. Sleep well.